Okay, we're live. 1 second. And we are live. I'm hoping y'all getting a very clear sound. Give me feedback. Are you getting clear sound? Somebody said they're watching on the big screen tonight. You're gonna need that big screen tonight. You're gonna want to see everything. Can y'all hear Chief Warhorse? Thank you, O'Neill. How's everybody doing? We're gonna be waiting on Phoenix to come on in, and we have a guest surprise for you all tonight. We're not in the late night. Y'all know if we're coming this early, we want to give you some time. We waiting on Phoenix. Hold on a sec. Okay, we waiting on Phoenix. Let me give her a tap in and see where she's at. Y'all get to count in the room and see what we looking like. I'm gonna just hold on and wait on Phoenix. Phoenix will be coming in a few minutes. While we waiting on Phoenix, and I do have our guest tonight who gonna be on here with us. Um, what y'all thought about last show? Those ribs was delicious. But tonight, I don't. This is a banquet or something tonight we having. Okay. All right. I'm reading who's in the room. We got 42 people in the room. When Phoenix get here, we're gonna start getting the fire hot. We up to 45. But while we'll be to 50, and the fire get ready to start. Okay. Thank you. It was amazing. All right. Y'all keep that chat room going for us. Make sure our chat room stays straight, which I don't have to tell y'all that y'all do that on your own because we want to keep our channel rolling. It's very educational. I know y'all saw what the topic is tonight. What y'all think about the topic tonight? Blessing to y'all too. If I was y'all, I'll get a pen and a paper while we're waiting on Phoenix. If you don't already have it, because you're gonna need a pen and a paper because you got to take some notes, so you can go, get the recipes, so you can cook it too. I'll just tell y'all this. Phoenix couldn't wait for tonight, neither could I. And the guests I have been waiting for a long time to come on here and cook with me. Topic sound very good. It's good. I guarantee you it is. You know, down here in Louisiana, we guarantee stuff. Um, I will explain this to you. Hey, Mr. Waldo. Mr. Waldo already know the secret for the night. It's spicy. It's tangy. Phoenix is coming into the room. Why is not letting Phoenix do what she got to do? Hold one sec.
So, hi, Chief.
Hey, baby. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Can y'all hear Phoenix? Let me know y'all hear Phoenix. And then, Phoenix, we're going to do our surprise guest entrance in a few seconds, okay? We got 53 people in the room. The kitchen is hot, Phoenix. 50 makes the kitchen hot. 50% is all we need. 100, we all right. We can hold a full kitchen over here. Y'all know that, huh? The dining room is just huge. It's as big as y'all want to make the dining room. All right. We dropped down to 49 up there. What happened? We had 53. One shot on the kitchen. Y'all hear Phoenix? Sound good? They say Phoenix. Well, let me introduce. When we hit 50, I'll introduce our guest for tonight. Phoenix, they say they can hear you. All right, we got 50. Let me introduce our guest for tonight. Our guest for tonight. All of y'all have heard her in the back room, but tonight we have Sharon on stage with us. Welcome, Sharon. Let me see what's going on with Sharon.
Hello.
Sharon, you there?
Hey, Miss
I'm
Sharon.
here.
All right.
Hey,
Sharon is not on the camera tonight, Mr. Waldo. She's in the studio. What you say about that, Mr. Waldo? Sharon, give them a sound check and okay, they hollering at you already, Sharon. Go ahead on holler back. And that'll give her sound check so y'all let her know if you hear loud and clear. Sharon, let's go. Mr. Waldo been waiting on this. Sharon?
okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead and let's
Yeah,
do a sound check with you.
I am looking at a trailer, a preview of Birth of a Nation, and I'm just hating it as much as the first time I saw it. And I still question why every person in film school, in film theory or film history has to look at it because it doesn't contribute anything to the art form.
Thank you.
It
Well,
contributes.
I want Sharon to introduce herself when she's talking films, this and that. A lot of y'all know Sharon worked with the newspaper in the past, but she got something better than the newspaper. Sharon have been out there in documentary and stuff. Sharon, introduce yourself to our audience so they know that you didn't come. I didn't bring her on as an amateur or the camera lady. I brought her on for her expertise on what she has worked and done over the years, and also because Sharon around me 20 plus years. Isn't that something, Sharon?
It's
Yeah.
been a while,
And done a lot of work. So we don't want people to think it's just Indians researching or just blacks researching. I asked Sharon and see she don't mind because she's a news lady. She know you got to get in there and dig and find stuff. And I told her years ago, if you find me in a lie, you can print it. If not what I said, Sharon, and she could call me a lot on the front page,
That's
guys.
right.
And
That's
I've
right.
invited her into not only my tribal life out here with you all, I've invited her into my personal life. Um, and she's been there with us, and we just lost her. She dropped out some kind of way. Um, let's see what's on the connection. This is her first time doing what we're doing right now, bringing her onto this platform. But she's not new at talking, and she know her history and what she've done. Now she popping in and out on us, Phoenix. So something is going on with her hiccup. She'll be back. Um, Mr. Waldo, I'm gonna tell her as soon as she get back. She's having a little problem getting back in. Phoenix, you take and do your welcoming. and you're welcome to talk on where we fixing to go tonight. They say they like the topic, Phoenix.
I'm
Okay.
glad they do. Um, Definitely wanted to thank everybody for coming out and joining us. Boy, we went from 50 to 60 or something like that, Chief. That was
Jumping up and down. And Sharon
good.
is jumping in and out on me because she's trying to get her audio video part going over there. I told them they gotta bear with her. She's like, we wasn't out here on in chat room. We were doing some research and other stuff. So she's did a good job getting to get here, but she's popping in and out, Phoenix, and we're gonna have to every now and then I guess bring her back in. Okay. It's
Yes,
saying
ma'am.
okay, it's saying her device is not connected, so she'll be back. But Phoenix, I was asking them how did they like the meal last meal we served up, and they said it was good. And I would like to know, from you. And we also have Sharon who popped out. I want them to know you have talked to Sharon before, you and Mr. Maldo. I do want to let our audience know that Sharon is not new to this. Only
Yes.
on the
Not
platform.
only did I spoke to Sharon before, but I got to meet Sharon when I went to Celestine and I went to visit Bonfaka. Um, Wonderful people. Sharon, investigative journalist for so many years, been so many places, and I'm excited that she's here tonight. You guys are going to get to meet her, and this is a good night, and this is a great subject. Sharon's got a lot to add, a lot that she's seen over the years. Chief, how many years has it been for you and Sharon being
Sharon,
around the tribe?
Sharon came in 2000. Um, she actually came in to do a news article because one of the head people of the newspapers, and I'm gonna let her tell you that story because she know it better than me. She's popping back in right now. Let me get her on here. Sharon, can you hear us?
Yes. I'm sorry, my
Hey,
headphones keep disconnecting.
oh, we over on this channel, you should know nothing works right for us. We just make it work. Okay, so I told them expect you to pop in and out tonight, and we just keep bringing you in and out. Phoenix was letting them know we were talking about how long you and I have been together. I told him start of the story, but you know how you come to meet Chief Warhorse, and I'll let you tell that story yourself. Because we want y'all to understand this is not a planned project of me and Sharon coming together to do these things. This is people who have crossed paths because of our interests. And I'm going to say Sharon have learned a lot from our way of what happened. And I've learned a lot from what she's been exposed to over the years. So Sharon, go ahead and introduce yourself. And please let them know the film, you've been in films.
Well, I was working at the newspaper, and the police reporter had been moved up to another office, and they said, "There's somebody coming in at noon. Can you pick up the story?" And they walked in. I think it was you and Thinette, and we met. And you told me that what had happened on the census and how your people had been renamed and reclassified, and that the elders had decided to cross over on the census. So I had some background to understand that story because of film work I'd done before I moved back here. Because when I moved back home, because my mom's family's from here, I'd been working in film in Texas and across the country. And so I could see, and plus my own experience, I could see that this was opening a window to like a hidden world that was here. And so I started to research it, and then had to. It took a long time to get that story out. I think we talked quite a bit.
Okay, now y'all got that part. And I have also told them, Sharon, you've been around the older people. A lot of them dead and gone, some of them. But Sharon had a chance to know my mom and see people. And she had a chance to know we're not out here just trying to pop up somewhere on the internet. Okay. And she had done a lot of research about us. to prove me wrong. I asked her to prove me wrong.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
When you ask somebody to come into your personal life so they get to know you, your family, and to prove you wrong, I think Sharon have done funerals with us, all kind of stuff.
Well, it's part of that background in documentary and the humanities, which is that a lot of the early films that I worked on in the 70s that brought me up to South Dakota or to the Rosebud Reservation, Rosebud, Dallas, those were National Endowment for the Humanity grant films. We've been doing housing policy documentaries in East Texas, East Dallas. There was some housing documentaries that turned into that the Indian community contacted the filmmaker that I knew and said, look, we think the BIA is giving kickbacks to put people that are relocating, which was a federal program, into these slumlords. The slumlords are giving them kickbacks. So we did the film. We went up to Rosebud. We followed two families that stayed in Texas and were both pulling down, exit salaries. This is like the best and the brightest that are attracted off the reservation, brought into the electronic industry. They were working in different fields, and then two families that went back, and then got involved with tribal, trying to, make more opportunities where people could stay and know who they were growing up, than ending up in these urban areas that they were actually. It was pretty traumatic to live in, for them.
Now, she came along and she wanted to do a documentary with us, for us. And I think she got about a couple of terabytes of stuff she gathered between research, recordings, and so at least I know she might be over 30 terabytes on audio, video. That's not counting. I don't know how many um, pieces of paper and research you have done. But what I'm trying to say, I brought someone in that she was here when before the uproar of the try to take overs, to seeing each one of those groups come in. Some of the pictures y'all might see out there from the newspaper where y'all saw Cyril Neville or Linda in pictures, those were Sharon's pictures. We really thought they was real people. Okay? Now, why I'm doing this, I want to introduce y'all to Sharon a different way than her behind the camera. And y'all saying, that's Miss Sharon. So no, Miss Sharon has some talent. She also want to bring two films, well, it's three films. She and I really discuss on bringing to you also. Sometime this summer, we're going to do what is it, a film fest, Sharon, for 'em?
Yeah, kind of a.
She has some dynamic things. One of them that touched me dearly was Ishi. And I'm not going to go into Ishi tonight because Ishi going to do its own thing when we do Ishi. Okay, Sharon?
Okay.
The next one, I don't know if I want to do Ishi first or do we want to go from waterway to railway?
Mm.
Uh, that's one y'all need to see. And then
Mm-hmm.
it's another film, and I keep forgetting the name of that one, Sharon, the one when I spoke up in Covington.
Oh, Warrior Women.
Warrior Women.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to
Madonna
have
Thunderhawk.
things
Yeah.
for those three films. Okay? All three is about American Indians. If y'all want us to do, um, we're gonna have to do one film at a time because they both are not lengthy. They ain't no lengthier than I talk to y'all. They less than that. But if y'all are for a film fest this summer, where we have three films and discussion on those films. I told y'all we're doing classroom style now. We're not sitting in the studio with Chief sitting down. No, no, no. We out picking the stuff. And let me start it. We planting, picking, and cooking. Okay? So if y'all would like to see film fest done by us here through our area on this here channel, give me some thumbs up or say, yes, Mr. Water, the waterway to railway. We fixing to take it to the highway. Okay? If y'all want to see that, give us some thumbs up or some fire, and we'll start working to bring about Film Fest. It'll be here on the channel. Oh, Sharon, we're starting to get some fire. I know you in Phoenix see that. Okay, the room has 66 people. We're not killing time, y'all. We're really telling you what we're going to do. We're giving you like a semi agenda of where we're going to be going with this. There's going to be a lot of films in discussion. The film will be up. I see enough thumbs to tell us, Sharon and Phoenix, that we will do the film fest. We'll schedule this thing. Ishmael and Jamar, please, and Mr. Waldo, help us. We promote that film fest, and we're going to pack the house. Okay? All right, thumbs up on it. Now, Mark Huntsville is really in the house. Dr. Lowry is proud of Huntsville. I know, in his spirit. That's his home. He always talk about Huntsville, Alabama. He done brought me there so many times. Okay, here we go. Tonight we are talking about Birth of a Nation. How many of y'all with the movie Birth of a Nation? Respond with me because we're going to be going back and forth. And if you get into this good, you might join us on stage. If your questions are good and answer good, I might just invite you on stage throughout this whole thing. You see, we started early. We started early for a reason. I need cameras. Why I need cameras? I have so many cameras and computers. You want to see me? Well, we're gonna work on that. While we make a announcement, Phoenix, you want me to tell them what you asked me to work on? I think Ishmael will love working on it. If,
Yes, ma'am.
if y'all want to see me, Phoenix is also Sharon. This is a surprise to you. This is something Phoenix was working on today. Why don't we do a live in Moundville, Alabama with Chief? That's what Phoenix has said, Ishmael. Are you ready to
Yes,
work on?
ma'am.
You ready to work on that? A live in Moundville. We promised to go back to Moundville. Y'all want to go to Moundville? Those who don't make it to Moundville, Alabama, we'll carry it live. Isn't that right, Ishmael? We can do that. They say, Ishmael say live from Moundville. Yes, 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 Noreen. Well, okay, y'all, we'll be working on that one too. Along with Ishmael, I said Ishmael, get down there. He know how the hotel set up is, how far it is from where we're going to be. And it'll give me time, Ishmael, to get with Spiver and them and see what we can do to head to Alabama. Okay? All right, so now there's two things we got coming up. A film fest and live from Mount. Okay,
Yeah.
I know they're not here to hear me talk about all this other stuff. They're here to see what in the world is cooking in the kitchen. And Phoenix, you over there in the kitchen, um, right there at the serving counter, ready to pass out what being cooked. Uh, where you want to start? You know, what hors d'oeuvre or whatever you want to pass. You want to go with a salad first?
Yeah, let's start with something light. Let's get the salad. Let's go with the salad.
Phoenix says she's starting with the salad. Well, Jazz got the iced tea and the lemonade. All right. Come on, Phoenix, bring on the salad. Because the meat is going to be dynamic tonight, huh, Phoenix? Cooked nice and tender. Thing of looking good. Arkansas in the house. Y'all know y'all my second home. If these storms keep coming up out there, I'm going to be in Arkansas. I'm going to be coming from live from Arkansas in my mobile studio. That's what y'all know. When we had a mobile studio, a lot of people didn't know that. So, the mobile studio gonna do it. Somebody said they go way back with me to the radio. All right. We hoping none of us get no storms too. They cooking up out there too, man. They turning and going to everybody else. I don't want nobody to get hurt out there, but I hope all y'all prepared wherever you at on these coastlines. Yes, yes. The Parker family welcomes me. Which Parker family? I have a huge Parker family. I have Parker friends. What part of the Parker family? Give me your state. Come on, y'all. She's getting that salad. You know, you got to get that dressing right. Okay, Sunflower, your grandmother was from Arkansas. I love Arkansas. Arkansas was so good, the Chief. Tell that's my second home. Yes, I am at home when I'm in Arkansas.
Can we go back to we spoke about a couple of organizations. Can I start with the recap of the organizations in case people are unfamiliar?
Yeah, because I see some new people in here that wasn't eating with us the other night.
Okay, so let me put this here for the new
Was in
people.
Arkansas? Yes, indeed. I can tell you how y'all got there. Railroad workers. All right. Mm-hmm. That's why I feel good in Arkansas. I know the Parkers are not that far. The hills are not that far. Yeah. Um, I can leave from Louisiana and just about stop along the highway and eat all the way to Arkansas if I have to eat things because we got family members all along the route. Okay. All right. She's trying to get something, and I'm letting her in. She want to start with y'all. What they liked it that part that you served. You want to bring it back? Do y'all see her? She's
Yes,
back.
ma'am.
Okay, zoom in a little.
I want to go back. Recap. Improved order of the red men. Okay, in case you haven't heard, and we're just going to just go to the Wikipedia because we're going to hit some of the core pieces. And they claim descent from the Sons of Liberty. Their rituals and regalia are modeled after those assumed by men of the era to be used by Native Americans. Despite the name, the order was formed solely by and for white men. This whites only rule was part of their bylaws until 1974 when the all white clause was eliminated. So now you have some non-white red men, some black red men, right? That's what
Right.
that would mean, of course.
Who's
1974, they changed the bylaws when all white clause was eliminated. Their current position is that they are now open to people of all ethnic backgrounds. In 1935, the organization claimed membership of about 500,000. Now, this is the part that I wanted to skip down. I don't want to skip past this part. On December 16, 1773, a group of colonists, all men and members of the Sons of Liberty, met in Boston to protest the tax on tea imposed by England. When their protests went unheeded, they disguised themselves as their idea of Mohawk people, proceeded to Boston Harbor, and dumped overboard 342 chests of English tea. Okay, so of course they go back to St. Tammany. That's the second chapter. And they also had, this is part of their New York Society as well. And Chief, I asked you a couple of interesting questions earlier regarding some of these names and the transfer from New England into Louisiana, all up in Louisiana business prior to the purchase and leading up to, and of course, post that as well.
as I told you, St. Tammany. You know what I want you to do, Phoenix? Go over there to the actual little monument while it's rolling past, so we can talk about that. That can be a little better. Not right now. Finish your
Okay.
salad. Come back to the actual monument over there. So they and we got to zoom in so we can walk that wall over there. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is what we have to get people to understand. First of all of these people organizing these tribes again in the 20s, 2020. Um, some of them maybe started like 1998. That's not the black groups that we ran into, that I ran into. Okay. Um, but their little movement had already been out there. I didn't start seeing anything until, like I told y'all, after Katrina, some things just wasn't adding up. You understand? And
Right.
I was full speed on proving our identity, and I was so excited we had Sharon. that was writing, and she had put the first article in the paper for the elders, which made us feel like progress was happening. We were getting the story out the slow way, but it was getting out. The thing happened is there were people coming around me talking about certain things that sidetracked me from what we are talking about now. Okay? And now that we know that that's being, how can I say, steamed right now, is on the steamer because people are going to court. But what I see now, Phoenix, I was fighting back then what was the white Indians. And then all of a sudden, after Katrina, there come black Indian issues, identity theft, and so on and so on. And we ain't gonna go kill time on that. Go back to some of Phoenix old shows, or go back to last year, and you'll start seeing some of that because we're gonna kill that time on that jump tonight. Because we got to get to this. If you look, you start seeing stuff, Phoenix, right here in that organization point. Could you hit that part, please?
Yes,
Because it's
ma'am.
a mimic of what I said. There's a white side to the chessboard and a black side. And the white side of the chessboard is really laid out. The black side don't listen. Who told us that? Tom Ackles and Hema. They won't listen. So now we're going to find out who the Toms and the Hema are. All right, Phoenix. We off with the organization point.
Okay. The order has a three-tiered structure. Local units are called tribes and are presided over by a sachem and a board of directors. Local meeting sites are called wigwams. The state level is called the reservation and governed by a great sachem and great council or board of chiefs. The national level is the Great Council of the United States. The Great Council consists of the Great Incohoney President and the Board of Great Chiefs, which includes the Great Senior Sagamore, First Vice President, the Great Junior Sagamore, the Great Chief of Records, which is your secretary, Great Keeper of the Wampum is the treasurer, Prophet is the past president. The headquarters of the order has been in Waco, Texas since 1979, and they maintain an official museum and library in Waco.
Let's stop there. We didn't have problems come out of Waco. We didn't have sovereign nation issues come out of Waco. And now here we got, just like with St. Tammany, y'all see St. Tammany on there. See, St. Tammany wasn't St. Tammany, you remember? Spain said this was Montfaucon. They didn't say nothing about St. Tammany. They didn't say nothing about Slidell. None of that. But Montfaucon is there. So Montfaucon disappears. This was St. Ferdinand before it was St. Tammany. So where do we get St. Tammany? Well, St. Tammany came from the sons of St. Tammany. And they came to an area that was majority, the property was owned by black Indians. They were able to use their power of set up structure to move themselves gracefully into other people's identity. Phoenix is coming back on. There she go. Y'all excuse us, we popping in and out, but we're gonna hang with y'all and y'all hang with us. So St. Tammany is a symbolic major point to this group prior to this even being St. Tammany Parish, because the sons of St. Tammany go way back. So while she's serving up, she's going a little deeper into, um, okay, she's on the Pocahontas. And then we're going to show you how these people have worked their way around the country, putting up plaques and having programs and all of this type stuff. But they were able to be able to do these things because we're going to move to their power and get to the meat later. Well, Phoenix, who is the Pocahontas? Y'all remember I said Donald Trump said that Elizabeth Warren was a Pocahontas.
Yes, he did. I think people may have thought that he was making a mockery out of Indians, but he was talking about her being a part of the degree of Pocahontas blood, as she lied about being of Indian ancestry.
So when she said her grandfather was an Indian, we finds out he must have was an order of the red men, because you remember he shot an Indian in Oklahoma. Okay, so
In which they had initiation rituals too, huh?
that's correct. So maybe she was an Indian underneath that charter. Okay, Phoenix. So those are chartered tribes, charter Indians. Can we say that? Can somebody put near charter? And we know that the charter, who gave the charter, right, Phoenix? We're going to get to that too again. Phoenix, move into the area of Pocahontas and then go back and let's see how they got their charter for anyone that's just starting.
Yes, ma'am. So the degree of Pocahontas, are the female auxiliary of the improved order of the red men, an American fraternal order. Despite using names based on common native, non-native ideas about Native Americans, it was formed solely by and for white women. Membership is now open to patriotic American women of every race. The degree was founded in Elmira, New York. The idea of creating a female degree was first broached in the early 1850s. However, it wasn't until Improved Order of the Redmen's Great Council of 1885 that the degree was approved. The first local chapter was the Winona Council, number one of Philadelphia, whose council fire was lighted on the 28th sleep of cold moon. So that's the evening of the cold moon, GSD. That's the time that they used. They didn't use Anno Domini. And that GSD is great sun. Yeah, the great spirit, right? February 28th, 1887, at the 828 Red Men's Wigwam, Race Street in that city. So the Red Men had a wigwam and the women had teepees. Okay? Local units of the Pocahontas organization are called councils, and meeting places, teepees. The president of the local council is called Pocahontas and is assisted by a Powhatan, a male counselor. So they still didn't think women can do anything on their own. This is why a women's organization needed all males, but okay, needed males too. Interesting. The immediate past president was called a prophetess. Other officials of the local council include the Winona, the keeper of the wampum, and the keeper of records. The state level of the organization is similar to the local level. Statewide organizations are called great councils, and their presidents are called great Pocahontases. The national degree of Pocahontases is made up of past great Pocahontases and elects a board of great chiefs from its number. The board of great chiefs consists of 7 officers: National Pocahontas, National Winona, National Minnehaha, National Prophetess, National Keeper of Records, National Keeper of Wampum, and National Collector of Wampum. The board operates under the supervision and authority of the Great Council of the United States of the Improved Order of Red Men. And it goes on to talk about the Youth Auxiliary that was founded in 1952. Didn't do too well. And this is the degree of Anona. Um, and it goes on to tell you this degree was not very popular. However, mustering only 90 councils and less than 5,000 members in 1979. And this was principally happening in New England.
Did y'all see that? Put New England on there. What New England have to do with here? In the chat room. It was principally happening in New England. So there's been some outside interference from way back, huh? There they go. I want you all in the chat room to tell me what that looked like to you. It looked like some of that stuff Gay Nell and them was putting on and he mocking them. But anyway, tell me, do this look like Indian women to y'all? And I know a lot of y'all on here have done tons of research. And y'all done ran across pictures in archives. Did y'all see anything look like that? I don't see nothing yet in the chat room, Phoenix. I think they went to sleep. Nobody's answering us. That's what it looked like. Some Hollywood stuff. Thank you. You know, I can't say too much and tell y'all everything because Tom Akeland said I was trying to, what I was trying to do? Brainwash y'all or something like that or whatever. Okay. Now, this junk gonna get ugly. As we go into this tonight, it's gonna get ugly. But everybody wanna know, where do we get all these white tribes, Phoenix? And I think that's why they black brother sister clubs after me here and also aggravating people in Oklahoma. Some of the stuff I'm talking about, Mr. Waldo, you know Oklahoma wasn't exposed to this stuff. I started digging into this because locally there was in St. Tammany Parish a chartered improved order of the Red Maid. My grandparents, three grandfathers in a row, had to deal with fighting these people trying to take their stuff. So it wasn't just an order to pretend, it was an order to take over. And Phoenix and I are going to go a little farther to how did they get. We got to pull up the part, Phoenix, where they got their power from. Because they had a charter.
Oh, one moment.
So their power was given to them. So they played powerful on the board because they came on the white side of the board with power. Okay? Yeah, they had a lot going on way back then. That's why I don't want y'all to think this just started. This game was already being played. Okay? Then we get these fools that's going to jail now. They going to jail, and the other people got reservations, checks, casinos, and that's what they thought they was going to get. But it was never intended because earlier it said it was for white men only, not even white women. I keep telling y'all that. We going in and recap what I was saying last year. We're going in and recap what Tom and I was talking about that y'all really didn't catch. I was talking about this and Tom knew that. But he let me know they had the power. And he wasn't the first one told me that. But I want y'all to see the power. We got
Chief.
the petition rolling. Y'all need to know why that petition is rolling. Y'all did the petition, I didn't. I just say the petition need to be done because who we need to talk to is Congress. Okay, Phoenix, you back on? Just a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. All right, Phoenix is back on. Can you zoom in? Now, it was about freedom and friendship and charity. Please, Phoenix, let them hear about freedom, friendship, and charity. Do y'all see the date? Y'all see the name? Y'all see it? Say yes.
Yes.
Chartered by Congress.
Who they're chartered by? Put it in the chat. And they the oldest organization. That's why I said there's a white side to the chessboard. And there's a black side. And the black side is not chartered by Congress. But I hear people for a long time on the internet saying they are contract Indians. They don't even know what they were saying because there's not no contract Indians. They are chartered tribes. Put chartered by Congress. This get a little more stickier as we go. We're trying to pull this out a little bit at a time because collectively it don't look good. And at that time, and I'm not politically speaking, but at that time, it was Democrats doing a lot of stuff along the way. But Phoenix seeing this date up there, and this starts in 1765. Put it in there, 1765. There was no United States in this part of Louisiana, which was West Florida, in no 1765. Are y'all with me? So that means this thing started in the 13 colonies. Now y'all see why England has something to do with it? Do you see it, Phoenix?
Yes, ma'am.
Right there where you is. I want to see what the audience got to say.
Say that
Ishmael.
again, Chief.
I want to see what Ishmael and them got to say over here. Did y'all know this is where the infiltrating and perpetrating starts? It starts in 1765. It starts when that Boston Tea Party was the better uprise for them. They didn't want to pay taxes. They wanted land in a country that they wasn't originally from. To get land, they had to remove, starting in the 13 colonies, remove the people who were already there. And I'm looking at people telling me, I'm tired to get on their roll, they won't let me in because you don't belong in there. But if you notice, they started a black segment, and we're going to get to that. And they start letting black women in. Way after they let the white women in. It was a white man's organization. So to get a charter from Congress, you got a lot of power, Phoenix. That is sort of like them giving them a treaty.
It sure is. And it also gave them carte blanche because not only were they parts of this organization that was chartered by Congress, but some of these people in the organization were also Congress members.
That's where we heading. Okay, Phoenix, let's do that 1765 and that 1812 part. But we're going to get to that part, what you just said, because we got to show them why it's stupid for a bunch of black people to run around here talking about they sovereign. This was their sovereignty for the white man. It
Yes,
was an underhanded treaty. Yes, Ishmael, our Congress, tax dollars funded. Our injustice. Now, do people see the reason to sign that petition? Y'all see why I accepted when y'all asked me, Phoenix, to
yes,
speak
ma'am.
to Congress?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Evans, we still funding these people today. That's what Tom Maker meant when he was saying it was about money. I didn't want to play the game. So if I don't play the game, I can't get in the game. So when everybody running around organizing a so-called tribe, making a stupid name, where is your charter? Where is your treaty? I'm fighting charter people. Now everybody trying to write letters. Somebody need to write letter to our black representatives. Okay? That is what happened to the Department of War. We need to meet with our black caucus. Forget about Congress first. Because if you go into Congress, your black caucus don't know what we're talking about. So we have to educate our leaders that want to be educated. Because some of them, they don't care. They more stuck on reparation. How are they going to get reparation? Then they want us to fight for them, sign their petitions for reparation, but they want in return help us. Something's wrong right there. Phoenix, I'm gonna let you go ahead with that. I see y'all chatting over
Yes,
there. That's what
ma'am.
I want you to do.
Okay, so we have Who Are the Red Men? The fraternity traces its origins back to 1765 and is descended from the Sons of Liberty. Um, and this is when they incorporated, because Chief and I were reading earlier, they was starting back in, what was that, 1745 tree?
Yes.
They were trying to overthrow the British government at least since 1745. So these things took time before they actually manifested themselves in totality. Um, these patriots concealed their identities and worked underground to help establish freedom and liberty in the early colonies. They patterned themselves after the Great Iroquois Confederacy and its democratic governing body. Their system, with elected representatives to govern tribal councils, had been in existence. After the War of 1812, the name was changed to the Society of Red Men, and in 1834 to the Improved Order of the Red Men of Red Men. They kept the customs and terminology of Native Americans as a basic part of the fraternity. Some of the words and terms may sound strange, but they soon become a familiar part of the language for every member. The Improved Order of the Red Men is similar in many ways to other major fraternal organizations. The Improved Order of Red Men is a national fraternal organization that believes in love and respect for the American flag, preserving our nation by defending and upholding the principle of free government, America and the democratic way of life. That's a problem right there. Preserving the traditions and history of this great country, creating and inspiring a greater love for the United States of America, helping our fellow men through organized charitable programs, linking our members together in common bond of brotherhood and friendship, perpetuating the beautiful legends and traditions of a once vanishing race, and the keeping alive of some of the traditional customs, ceremonies, and philosophies.
Okay. Go down a little more because it comes down when you get back to the legal part. That's where we're down tonight. Then we go into the little monument. While she's doing that, let me explain this to you all. We talked last year about the summer of soul. We talked about and put that in the thing. We already had brushed up on it on the conversation. Summer of soul. Remember, we was on the food truck, truckling down the road, seeing who connects to who. So then we found out Summer of Love and Summer of Soul connected and started doing tours around the world. A lot of them started getting into the movies, both from the black and the white side. They were entertainers. This whole thing found a nest under the entertainers and moves across the country and around the world. I said that was one reason I asked Cyril to be our ambassador. I thought he would take it around the world for us. I didn't know he was already committed, him and his people, to another system. You're right. You're gonna get to see why I remind you of Freemasons. Wow, Phoenix, we have a smart group here. Remind them of Freemasons. Okay? Okay, Phoenix. Let's see. We're gonna move into here, and then we're gonna go into. Someone asked earlier, is someone still in there with Congress? Well, I'm gonna show you a couple. I'm gonna show you a film in a few minutes. And y'all remember we talked about Russell Mean and the important role he played with this. And just so happened he worked for Disney in the movie of Pocahontas, right? I say maybe that's where him and Tom Ackland must have came in contact. Phoenix will be right back. Yes, we're dealing with their descendants. Yes. But the problem is they didn't tell them what they did. So the descendants is just doing like the black ones, doing stupid stuff and not following the rule. They were set up to block the Indians from asking for land and stuff from the country. That was that establishment was for. They were gonna be paid because they didn't have nothing when they came here. They were broke. They didn't have no land. So they was gonna get this to block us. But now this generation want everything. Everything. And Russell Mean was a part of the ones that helped to change what the older people had been playing since the 1700s. He modernized it. Okay, Phoenix, I'm gonna let you go with what you're back with.
Okay, so I want y'all to pay attention. Now I had to go back to the daughters of degree of Pocahontas blood for their ritual. Okay, so this is a little different than what you saw with the Order of the Red Men and their particular rituals, right? So the daughter degree of Pocahontas, the order has a secret ritual, signs and passwords. New members are required to attend an initiation ceremony. The degree sign of recognition was the right hand raised to the face level with the two forefingers extended. The last two fingers closed and the thumb on the third finger, signifying who are you? The correct answer was the same gesture on the left hand, meaning a friend. Now I'm going to switch and show you exactly what that is.
I want them to respond to it, Phoenix. Oh, where did you go? She gone again,
Oh,
y'all. She back.
I'm just switching
No,
sides.
right back, y'all. Sharon, while she switching slides, what you got to say, Sharon?
Okay, now I want them to see what that picture of what that exactly would entails.
So yeah, Sharon never saw the picture. Hold up. There we go. Sharon, you see the picture? Sharon, are you there?
Yeah.
You see the picture?
Which one?
The
Oh,
one.
oh,
That's the ritual that's performed in degree of Pocahontas.
no way.
Yeah.
Is that not the two fingers extended and the thumb touching the fingers that are close together? That's their signs
What?
and simple.
Do y'all see
Wow.
that? Yeah. Aim, J. Mark. Aim. Master Mark Aim was running around here with.
Isn't
He
that
was,
something?
we talking about peace, and they throwing two fingers up and say that was the Indies' peace. There go
That's
your.
going back to your summer of love, Chief.
That's
That's
what I.
going back to the summer of love, the summer of soul.
Y'all didn't know we was gonna recap them shows from last year, huh? Yeah.
It takes so many years to learn everything that I've heard you say, but the more you dig into it, the more more see and learn.
Yeah. Finding out, fella. The peace sign. The peace sign was one of their symbols to recognize who all was with what they were doing.
That's right. And again, just so I go back over the degree of Pocahontas blood, the ritual, it says the order has a secret ritual, signs and passwords. New members are required to attend an initiation ceremony. The degree sign of recognition was a right hand raised to face level with two forefingers extended, the last two fingers closed, and the thumb on the third finger signifying who are you. The correct answer was the same gesture with the left hand, meaning a friend. That is your AIM logo.
Hmm.
Are we learning anything tonight? If we learning something, put learning in there. Over here, we're gonna do the real thing. I see Aima in the room. She know this the way I teach. My tribal members tell you I go get information and I bring it back and teach them. And I allowed Cyril and them to come in, not knowing they was working for the other side, but they thought they could stop me by overturning. You can't overturn me that way, because I already know. But I figure if more people know what I know, while y'all out there researching and doing things, so they start pushing bills through Congress to take down images. Do y'all know Russell Means is the one who said take down the Indian heads off of the sport teams and all of that? You remember that, Sharon? Back in the day. It was AIM push for that. Why? Because you have to take that black image down. Same thing going on with the museums. Phoenix, I'm going to send this picture over from Mr. Waldo today because I don't want to mess up the display right this minute.
Okay.
And Mr. Waldo said, I don't know how many you have now, but he said he had over 10,000 views and just put it yesterday. And while I'm sending it to you, Phoenix, I want you to put up this so they can see.
Yes, ma'am.
We all over the internet trying to educate. Now, the people we just seen, I'm not going to deal with my tribe. Y'all saw the pictures of my people. Let's see how many of these pictures are out there. Go get the black images. We were talking about Johnny Aborigine today. He was putting pictures out there. By the time he ran into these nuts, he don't want to do nothing like that no more. He was bringing information showing faces. Did you get it, Phoenix?
Yes, ma'am. One moment.
Do y'all see the conspiracy? But when they go to Washington and sit before Washington, they already got their votes. You know, we can be ignorant and not listen when people telling us something because you don't like Donald Trump. Because you're not voting for Donald Trump or he is. The man said, that's Pocahontas. I knew what he meant because I know what the Order of the Red Man was. So I started digging. And yes, they got Pocahontas and the Order of the Red Man up there. They appointed them all the time. Yeah, Johnny lost his dad. And y'all, Will lost his mom. Let's send him some love too. Send some hearts to Johnny and Will. They both lost a parent. And those of you who haven't, I'm going to tell you, you can't get over it.
And also, today is beloved Johnny Aborigine's birthday. It is his New Year today. New Year, John.
Okay, Mr. Waldo said it's over 16,000 people that viewed the picture he sent you. That's less than 24 hours. You know, and you know, I hate how to keep saying this man's name because he running for office, and I ain't telling nobody vote for that man. Don't y'all do that. But he said some stuff. You got to learn to listen. Some people don't want to hear about the devil; they just want to hear about the Lord. And some don't want to hear about the Lord; they just want to hear about the devil. You need to hear both sides of the story so you can get better understanding. Trump also said they don't look like Indians to me. He wasn't running for office when he said that. And a lot of our black entertainers was going to his party and partying with him. They didn't call him a racist. But even when he said they don't look like Indians, our black entertainers didn't stand up and say, what did you mean? They didn't stand up with us. Congress didn't stand up with us. Now, everybody want to tell us who to vote for, who to like, who to dislike, and we still stand out here by ourselves. So I told you all, we're going to fight our case in the public. We're going to expose what we see. There's more of us on this internet than it is of them. And it's time we bring it to the public. Okay? Phoenix getting this picture up. We don't see Indians like this in this stuff we looking at here.
You know, Chief, the picture Phoenix was showing about the Pocahontas in the parade, they had a float.
Yeah.
That's the year before the D.W. Griffith film comes out. And it looks about as cartoonish and realistic as what was represented there. And I was wondering about the float, the Chifuncta Mardi Gras float. What
You,
do you know what year that was?
yeah, that was in the early 1900s. Um,
So they did stuff through parades.
yes, they
Like,
did. Yes, they did.
pardon?
We'll bring the float picture up for Shafunkta Nation that they made jokes and they took and made a float, and the float looked like a mound. It's on my display when I'm on stage, but y'all might just don't get to see it. But it is on my display, and they made it like a mound. And Portavant is who riding on that float. Sharon, one of the people who was the timberman. He wrote
Unbelievable.
the float that year as the chief. He wasn't a king. He wrote it as the chief of the Shafunkta.
Hmm. And which might have been his position in one of those clubs, those groups.
That means they called them the chiefs. So Phoenix said chief was one of the leaders, right, Phoenix? That's what the paper said to us.
Yes, ma'am.
So he was the leader, I guess, in this area. And he rode in Mandeville or Madisonville, one of them. That's right, Mr. Waldo. Parades with social media like a protest was reaching the social media for civil rights. Okay, zoom it in, Phoenix. Now this is a museum picture. Sort of Ishmael like it was in Moundville. You see it, Sharon? It
Oh,
was,
that's beautiful.
and there are kids looking at it. Look at
Yeah.
the color of it. What color are these people? Are they dressed like them people were dressed? And this museum is where? In Minnesota or somewhere? No, Milwaukee. Anybody on here close to Milwaukee? Um, Phoenix, we need a group of y'all in whoever somewhere. Go to Milwaukee. Y'all know somebody in Milwaukee. Get them to go see if they changed the paint. Because Tom and some of the professors from universities and Greyhawk in them are going around making every Indian look like a white person with a mohawk. Oklahoma, um, one of the positions they held, and we're fixing to go to that. Phoenix, I think we need to move to that because I'm going to catch up on Oklahoma. I'm not speaking for everybody, Mr. Waldo, getting permission because I'm not from Oklahoma. But Oklahoma have fell majorly victim to this here we are talking about. And Sharon know I've been talking to her about Friedman, and all of this stuff, right, Sharon? And I kept telling you, Mr. Waldo and them is not no Friedman, okay? Friedman with that how can I call it? A classification. Put in there, Friedman, classification. People don't want to be black, they don't want to be colored, but they'll take being Friedman. Okay, Friedman start being used fluently in Oklahoma because this stuff was already being played out. That's why when the Indians say when they got there, they already with some white people there. Am I correct, Mr. Waldo? White people was already there. Don't we see who the white people is? Someone who had already had a charter. Everything we fight for, I told you, even civil rights. Somebody take over what we fight for. There's a conspiracy against us. Okay? Evan said, yes, Chief, 100. Now, Phoenix, when you do come back on up this year, could you please bring up the monument that went along on the charter that have St. Tammany on one side? Which with St. Tammany name out there, it was making St. Tammany a target. St. Tammany Parish became a target because they know what St. Tammany means. St. Tammany is connected to Tammany Hall. Tammany Hall is connected to New York. My sound is a little muffled. Let me see, can I help my sound? How does my sound now?
It's still a little off.
Let me see what we're gonna do about this sound thing here.
That's better.
How's it going now? Me move in closer to the mic. What we doing now? Am I clear?
Yes.
Okay. Phoenix getting to it. When she go back to that paper, she's gonna bring back up that particular thing. So who we were fighting is the wrong people. I don't care how many organizations people put together. You cannot override this charter because everybody know an act of Congress is an act of Congress. And to receive a charter from Congress is a new word for treaty, a backdoor word. And we can see this was going on before the Indian removal. We in the 1700s. Indian removal is in the 1830s. So there have to been people already in power working to make this happen. That's right. No misclassifications. It was intentional.
You wanted me to show the statue they have in Gettysburg or Tammany?
As well, you know the paper at the top of the paper where you're reading that first. Go over to their stamp. See that whole page is their stamp of agreement. Remember I told you we got to pull it in and we got to stroll it as we cover what each step is. There are steps on that. I'll send it to you. Okay, y'all over here in the chat room, what y'all saying about the meal tonight? Okay, zoom in on that one. Do y'all see these buildings that they had to work out of? That's Red Man Hall right there. They knew what they were doing. That one is in Washington, right?
Yes, that one's in Washington.
Move to the next one, thing. It was established. They knew what they were doing. That's Red Man Hall. Hey, this one is. Can't see the right one.
This is the front and southern side of the old fraternity building, Wedman's Lodge, located at 7495 Strain Ridge Road at Smithville in Clear Creek Township, Monroe County, Indiana. This was built in 1910.
And they're not out of business right now. They still in Waco.
Yes, they are. Their main headquarters is there. Here's a wigwam. Not the longhouse our granny told us about, but this is their version. Another one in Washington State.
What we got to look at, guys, is this. Some of these federally recognized tribes is the descendants of these people. That's why we have so many tribes. What is it? See, they own Belgium.
The Lodge of Roslyn was organized in, I think that says 1898, and disbanded in 1950. Their costumes consisted of Indian dress, including feather headdress, duckskin suits, and moccasins. The order was designed to preserve American traditions and provide sickness, accident, death benefits for its members. Are they going back to insurance carriers now? Is that what's happening, Chief?
Yeah, I'm sending you over one, and you can pull it up. It's coming to you. I'm fixing to let you do this part while I'm pulling them up for you. Y'all
Okay.
look at. Okay, it's coming over to you. Cause they got a man picture on this one. They need to see.
Oh, yes.
Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bring it on in for them. I'm gonna get you another one. Y'all bear with us. We working around the country right now. 2 different time zones. We all over the place.
There's one of their ribbons. Oh, that's where your Nietzsche comes from. That's where the Nietzsche comes from, Chief, right there.
What?
Nietzsche. That's a word out here.
Word that lady used the other day on the show yesterday.
Yes, ma'am. From the Ojibwe tribe number. Which number of this order? This is from Superior, Wisconsin.
We got to tell them these ribbons represented who they were, what group they was from when they all come together for their powwow.
Yep. Yep.
All right, we need to. Phoenix, you can talk on that one while I'm sending it up. No, do the one I sent you last, because they got that man face on it, but they need to see everybody know him.
Okay. And this is where they presented an ambulance to the government. Presented to the U.S. government by tribes and councils of the Improved Order of Red Men. So they were buying vehicles for the United States government.
Wait, don't go no further. What y'all got to say? Please put that on there. They're buying and presenting vehicles to the government. It says as plain as day, presented to the U.S. government by the tribe and council of the Improved Order of Red Men. Talk to me, y'all over here. Wait, Dennis. They got to talk while you pulling up the other one I sent you by text message.
That looks like the early American Red Cross,
That's what it looked like to me.
Yep.
which can come into any. Now it's starting to look like Birth of a Nation. Now they can come
That's
rolling into any
why
country,
we
any
had.
town.
Do y'all look like the birth of the nation? Put it in there. Y'all see, we're giving y'all the birth of a new nation. We have to only can't believe that word new nation.
Mm-hmm.
Not us, their nation. Yeah, Red Cross. Black folks always say, why Red Cross don't come help us? Because it wasn't set up for you. That's why we do our own thing. I'm not waiting on Red Cross because I know. Lorraine, you didn't finish writing that in there.
I got the picture up, Chief.
All right, she's ready with the picture. I'm going to see, do they recognize anybody? You know, they trained us in school on these people. We don't need no names. Zoom it in. And let me see, can they recognize somebody and write their name in there? Since y'all want to know about the country, come on down a little bit. Okay, you can't hardly see it. Zoom in a little more. Go to the top and let's get to that Tammany part first. Let's see who sits on top. Y'all see all the American flags and birds. Y'all see everything is about the Indians. And right there where things at with a marker is Tammany. And who is on the other side, thing? Who is that? Tell them because the writing's so small.
You got
Yeah,
Tammany on the right, and you have Mr. George Washington on the left. This is Tammany, and here go good old George.
y'all know George had his own hairstyle. But I can't see Tammany giving every tribe and nation that he wasn't over to the United States.
Right. Doesn't make sense, Chief.
Sharon, you was
Yes.
raised, let me tell you, I was raised in Indian country taking the abuse. Sharon, what you feel from being out there all these years and you didn't get it in school, we didn't get it in school. Where you feel now that you go out and see stuff and find it?
It's all in the archives. That's what you've always said. Just you've always said, I mean, every word we ever put into print, I had to back up and source, and then there's oral history talking about it, and everything really goes beyond. You're always just barely scratching the surface. What you're telling us, from what I've heard you talk about and what you know, and then what is out there and what you can find. And it's just so exciting, on this show, how many people are researching and pulling this all out. It's very amazing because it's a whole different thing than, like, having a documentary which tells a story after the fact and that the people aren't involved with. You are actually the actor you are the subject, and your people are you're the catalyst for this show. And so it's a whole different way of learning information. It's very exciting.
Okay, we have 113, 114 people. It was 14 when I started talking, to drop to 113. Um, Make sure y'all people nicely give us at least a like in the room. That means we're 142 likes. And you guys out there on television, is a large number I didn't start seeing. So you can use your um, remote and give us some likes too. Okay? And that's why we zoom stuff in, to make sure you see it very well, even on your television. So y'all can drop a like on your television. Um, yes, Christopher. Bringing the complete picture together is what I'm striving to do. And Sharon, no, I have, in the 20 some years we've been together, I talked about um, doing, before they was doing the touch screen stuff around here, I was trying to think of ways to tell the story.
And also, Chief, again, even going back to this is very interesting, this pit photo here. But going back to the Native American, the Know Nothing Party, and the gangs of New York, and the political activity in New York ties directly into the Order of the Red Men.
Yes,
St. Tammany and George Washington both on the same different types of certificates.
I'm sending you a link. It's coming to you. And he's pulling the link up. It's like you saw the picture, but there are other parts to this thing. And we're going to go over there because Noreen asked a question about the Catholic Church. Was it a part of it today? Okay, Phoenix. So we're going to move on over to that too. They affected directly Oklahoma, North Dakota, St. Tammany. It's names that's being out there for a reason. But I just sent you one, Phoenix, and grab it up, and we're going to stroll that page. If y'all enjoying the show, let us know. If y'all want us to keep having these recaps on what we did last year, I did talking, but you may not or could not, like Sharon say always, see what I'm saying until I show you along with what I'm saying, so you get a clearer picture. Did I say that pretty good, Sharon?
Yep.
There are evidence out there. There are receipts to what I'm saying. Whenever I talk, there is receipts, okay? Now, why would I invite a person into my life 20 some years ago and say, come monitor us? And if we're not who we are, you can tell the world. How many people gonna do that? Okay, Phoenix, on that one that you're on, and somebody can see even here while you read what it says. And if you notice, that picture goes with everything. That picture was like a seal. Y'all understanding that? And let's see what that was that symbol was on. Phoenix, it looks kind of rough right there, don't it? All
Hmm.
right, y'all. Go Phoenix. I love Phoenix, y'all.
Okay.
You
The
said,
Red
please,
Man
wait, let
Society.
me answer somebody. Please provide more information. We're giving you more information than I see been compiled in one place. So give us some time. But what you can be doing is also researching what we are telling you so you know if it's factual or not.
That's right.
Go ahead, Phoenix.
The improved order of red men traces its origin to certain secret patriotic societies found before the American Revolution. They were established to promote liberty and to defy the tyranny of the English crown. Among the early groups were the Sons of Liberty, the Sons of St. Tammany, and later the Society of Red Men.
Okay, let's stop. Let's stop right
Okay.
there, Phoenix. So that means before the Boston Tea Party, when
Mhm.
they knew they didn't want to pay tax to the English crown, they had put together these two groups, right? And these two groups gave birth to the Order of the Red Man. Now, what I see here, after they start all the mess with the tea and say the Indians did it, it made it easy for them to organize these groups stronger. But remember, the Red Man is just a branch off of them. They gave birth to the Order of the Red Man. Y'all see what we're saying here? We're talking about three different groups that didn't want to pay tax and didn't have no land and wanted to expand to the west beyond the 13 colonies. Now, when they was talking about the West and in the Western movies, like, hold on, they wasn't talking about the West we talking about today.
No, they was talking about Louisiana and all
That's right.
things of the 1763 proclamation.
Come on now.
They wanted that land that was Indian territory. 1763 boundary line.
Y'all right, 1763. And they wanted to cross that boundary line into the land that the British had already, or should I say the crown, the English crown, that they said you wasn't supposed to cross into outside of the 13 colonies. But they wanted more land because they brought too many people, like they normally do, into the 13 colonies. So they needed more land. So that's what they did. They fought wars with the Indians that looked like us to get a war going to remove us. Did y'all ever hear the history the way I teach it? Because that's what happened. All right. And if you do your research, you'll see it. Noreen asked earlier because she's Catholic. Sharon's Catholic. A lot of my members are Catholic. And they want to know. Because one day they want to find out the church didn't do nothing bad. In some situations, spoke up for us. So let's see, Phoenix, what happens here. Imagine that you are a devoted Catholic who has to relocate to North Dakota. Uh-oh. For,
Okay.
for work.
It says, imagine that you are a devout Catholic who has to relocate to North Dakota for work. Unfortunately, the nearest church is almost an hour away. So while you want to attend Mass daily, it isn't feasible. One day you're walking your dog through the local cemetery and you see on a headstone, Monsieur Francis O'Malley, born 1933, ordained 1959. And next to it, a cross shaped granite marker saying, Friar Joseph Smith, thou art a priest forever. You are happy to think that there were at one time Catholics in the area, and on the weekdays you can't travel for Mass, you go to this part of the cemetery to pray. One day you go to call your dog who's sniffing around a different part of the cemetery when you see a marker saying, here lies the remains of Pope Leo the Great in memory of his 26-year pontificate. This makes no sense to you, so you go to the local historian for information. You're told, why, yes, that is where the Pope is buried. You replied, that isn't true. I'm a devout Catholic, and I know for a fact that the popes are buried in Rome. Oh, not that sort of Catholic, replies the historian. They go on to say They go on to say that the local Lakota tribe has a benevolent group called the Righteous Society of Honorable Catholic Order. They have fun dressing in priestly regalia and engage in various rituals and rites such as baptism for people who want to join. They host weddings, funerals, march in parades, and raise money for a lot of good causes. How would you feel about this?
Wow. That's a great explanation right there. That is a great explanation right there. That's
Are
it.
y'all kids? Sometimes I used to have to cry when I run across stuff. Sometimes I still do. But just now, nothing shocks me. Can I do it that way? What used to hurt me was they had the audacity to write this stuff. What you say, Sharon? Nobody knew. They didn't teach y'all in the Catholic Church they were doing this, but they did. So there is no surprise. Y'all know where I'm heading at, huh, Sharon? There was no surprise that the church came to help us. You remember Sharon supposedly
Oh,
took
yeah.
things up with the church, and they gave us Ansel Augustine. And Ansel Augustine was with Roderick and them, and he dressed up in some fake costumes and said he was a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw. He even traveled to Canada as a Bayou Lacombe Choctaw Indian. He's not even from here. Oh, somewhere here, Sharon?
We and we raised it to his superiors.
We took it to him, didn't
We
we?
went to the hierarchy, and
Now, they didn't got them a fake Pope organization within the
he
church.
promoted higher.
Well, Penny, since they're in Baltimore, you want to, right under that goes to Baltimore, Maryland, in 1847.
Okay, hold on one second. At Baltimore, Maryland in 1847, the various local societies referred to as tribes, that's in brackets, came together and formed a national organization called the Grand Council of the United States. With the formation of a national organization, the improved order of the Red Men soon spread, and within 30 years, there were state great councils in 21 states with a membership of over 150,000. The order continued to grow, and by the mid 1920s, there were societies referred to as tribes in 46 states and territories with a membership totaling over 1/2 million. Now, I'd like to stop right there for a second, Chief, because the time frame is just so interesting.
Mm.
As they bring Marcus Garvey over here to make sure that people of color turn their face around and look across the Atlantic, you have the Order of the Red Men that was setting their sights on American identity.
Mhm.
Very interesting timing.
Keep going.
Today,
It's going to get better as you go because we're going to get to some of these governors in some of these states now that have more tribes than anybody else.
that's right.
And at the same time, the Klan has almost the same numbers. So it's almost like one might be a little more,
Think
Yes.
the same people.
Yes,
one
ma'am.
has one function and one has another, you know.
Yes, because you have leaderships and you have the pawns. You remember you got pawns on the thing. So the clans was at the lower level of this.
Right.
They provided the membership money, the this, the that, and all of that. The other people was gaining the power at the top. Okay, things we get a little further down. Y'all got to bear with us now. That's why we
Okay.
start real early, and we're not gonna be able to cover
Today,
everything.
the improved order of Red Men continues to offer all patriotic Americans an organization to promote patriotism and the American way of life, to provide social activities for members and support various charitable programs. Our activities include flag recognition program, a program to honor those patriotic Americans who display the flag regularly. Faith of Our Fathers chapel erected at Freedom's Foundation at Valley Forge, Pennsylvania, to memorialize the ideals and principles of our founding fathers. Degree of Pocahontas history. The degree of Pocahontas is the women's affiliate of the Improved Order of Red Men. It was organized in 1885, and soon councils had sprung up across the United States. Very prominent people have been a part of this, including Richard Nixon.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Y'all always hear me talking about Tricky.
Tricky.
Tricky was in there. So he reorganized, took his presidential power, and organized the tribes and organized us out and organized the tribes that was underneath the charter. Did y'all get it? If y'all got it right, bingo. Can't miss leaving out him, Phoenix. They want to know who was there. The man that reorganized tribes. Okay, I'm seeing some bingo coming up here.
Sterling
If you
Quaint.
got it, say bingo. And put President Richard Nixon. So he brought his organization to the top, huh, Phoenix?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody need to investigate this. That's why I say it's so stupid. These fools come down here, gonna go to jail, be the modern day Klans. That's what they doing. They going to jail. So these fools' game keep going. Because you're never gonna be that much a part of it. Unless you become an elected official. I think I'm starting to wonder about some of these black elected officials because they let them in. You understand, Phoenix? We gotta check some of these black people and ask them, are you a Pocahontas?
Right.
Are you of the Black Order of the Red Man? Y'all got it? Now, Phoenix, hitting his name should make Congress come back and see.
That's right.
All right, y'all, we finna send a call. We calling on Congress. Let's be civil rights with this here. We calling on Congress. We asking them to give us federal intervention now. Y'all ever heard us old protesters say federal intervention now? We done caught us a president, huh, Phoenix? Or a member. That's just one of them, y'all. With
I was going to say, that's just one.
each one of them. Yeah, Watergate Tricky Dick. That's the one. Because he was working with his organization. I think you can impeach dead people, can't you?
He was impeached.
No. He need to be impeached for this.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't put him on trial for this.
Oh, no.
Because most probably some of them was his members. All right. So we done caught old Tricky Dick out there. Who else up there, Phoenix? Come on down a little bit because it get good. But we're gonna have to save some of these names for y'all for later. I just won't finish it. I wanted to hit that one. We had to, but she got to get down, and you might have to jump to it, Phoenix. But now go through it. If you jump it, we're gonna lose something. Cause all this deal with loans associate. Come on, they opened up the bank to them.
Mm.
Do y'all see the building of the birth of a new nation? Do y'all see the birth of a new nation here?
Okay. Well,
It's like
Yeah,
a shadow government.
they got people at the bottom of the totem pole going to jail, which they guilty most probably for what they did. They innocent until proven guilty. Heard them been proven guilty. T-Mock must have hooked up with this jump as one of the new generation of the blacks they let through the door. Okay, Phoenix? That's why he think he got power.
yes, ma'am. I think these are some of the descendants of also some of the descendants, too.
Yeah, because they got their charter in 1904, the black folks. Well, they let them in, but they didn't let them in. That was the first let in. But something was going on. They had to just bring them all the way on in the end. Okay, go ahead, Phoenix. It gets good, y'all. Because you want to know why black folks can't get along, can't get house loans. Let's go, Phoenix. All of it is in the conspiracy that they had against us.
Hmm. Okay. Very prominent people have been part of this, including Richard Nixon, William O. Bernard of Newcastle, who was given over half a century to the cares and responsibility of public office, is a native of Indiana. His grandparents, having been pioneers of the state, Quakers.
You back out. We lost you on the part before you get to the Bernard. You clear now? Nope. You gotta wait until we can hear you. You back, Phoenix? Hey, y'all, just wait a minute. Yeah, they got connection issues. But we don't know why. We got full power on this end. Got all lines filled. Okay. Phoenix, we lost you on the part when you was getting to the Bernard. She'll be right back. Are y'all getting some answers to the why? Why is so many white Indians? Huh? Because all the white Indians are not Indians. People used to get mad when I say that's white people. They thought I was picking with these people. That's why you hear me say I don't want to go and be under no BIA because the BIA let these type people in. I know Mr. Waldo laughing when I say BIA because he was cracking up today because Congress finished taking the power of BIA. BIA was the watchdog. You have to be able to throw the two fingers up and cross your doggone thumb over. Yeah, they messing with the feed. It ain't us. She'll be back though. We calling real names. I want Congress to call me and say, "Come prove to me what you said." And I'll say, "Let's go to your archives."
Well, they say being a what do you call it, like an Eagle Scout or the Arrow of the Light and all that, which is the Indian. They do the Indian stuff, that's your next elected officials and your next leaders and stuff like that. So it's like this path.
Yeah,
It's
but you
just
know,
a
Sharon, down here they make
path
that.
of great.
Storm Maker and make that flag ceremony at the park a big thing every year. See, but I know what they doing. That's them, like I keep telling y'all, marking their ground.
Yes, and that patriot and that whole thing about they don't talk about the Constitution or the America. They talk about patriotism. You notice in this, and that's what we found even in the stuff we're looking at, those sovereign citizen posse comitatus.
We talk about them. We're gonna get to them. They link in here too a little bit. Okay.
That is the same rhetoric about the patriotism. They're the patriots, and that's the whole thing that they're trying to use as a defense for
They,
what happened
they're trying to make America great again.
in January. Yeah, they want to make it patriotic, which is whatever that means to them, whatever this is that they
Hold on to what they losing. That's why they so desperate. Okay. Yes, the
what.
Boy Scouts is who do the ceremony, the flag ceremony here. Somewhere, the Pocahontas and all of the red men had a baby, and the baby is called Boy Scout, Girl Scout. Okay?
Okay.
They keep changing names. When you get close up on them, they change names. Yes, Mr. Waldo, thank me. Thank you. I accidentally said Congress. He corrected me. The Supreme Court killed the BIA today.
What? God, they are so
Well,
busy.
Mr. Waldo, we were about to have a party today. Yes,
Of
we were.
course, I didn't even know I wasn't still there. I was just reading.
Oh
No,
no.
I was trying to say, Phoenix, we don't have you. We go back and come in and start at the Bernards. Y'all, we doing it like this. I'm concentrating on talking and speaking. Phoenix concentrating on pulling the stuff up, and this way it works perfect. Um, We're trying to do our best to get you all a full, clear picture. This ain't no conspiracy. This is facts. We got caught. You got cut off at the Bernards represented.
Okay. So we have Judge Bernard is a trustee of the Friends
No, you got
Church
to
of.
way up. You missed way. We missed you on the
Oh,
next
go up some more.
one more paragraph up.
Right
Mhm.
here.
Where the Bernard? Yeah, no. Up some more. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Where it say the Bernard represented the Sterling Quaker stock. Come on, because that says something about money. Y'all remember Tom said it was about money. Come down some more. So George Washington, while she's getting it lined up, George Washington had him a game going on along with the rest of them.
Oh, yes. He was quite messy.
Um,
Quite messy.
come down some more, Phoenix. Let me tell you. You remember when you say very prominent people when you was up at that part?
Yes, here it is.
Now go down to the Bernard.
Hold on. Okay, so you want me to go back over that part?
Yeah, you went out on the Bernard.
Proclamation April 13, 2016. Are the people paying attention that this is 2016?
Wait, you ain't got there yet. You gotta go to oh shoot. After the United okay. Sprung up and across the United States. Catch that paragraph. Right there you smart Richard Nixon and
Okay. Very prominent people have been a part of this, including Richard Nixon, William O. Bernard of Newcastle, who was given over half a century to the cares and responsibilities of the profession of the law and public office, is a native of Indiana. His grandparents having been pioneers of the state, the Bernards represented the sterling Quaker stock, which has been such a valuable element in the citizenship of Eastern Indiana. Judge Bernard is a trustee of the Friends Church of Newcastle. He is also a trustee of Earlham College at Richmond, is a Republican in Masonry. Republican in Masonry, has affiliations with the Lodge, Royal Arch Chapter, Council, and Knights Templar Commandery. Has held chairs in the Knights of Pythias, as a member of the Improved Order of Red Men, is an honorary member of the Rotary Club, and is the director of the Henry County Building and Loan Association.
all right,
One of
stop right there. Do you
okay,
see how many they playing with?
look at how many positions he had, and he's also a judge, and he's in charge of loans in that town.
That's right.
Jeez.
Come on, let's go a little bit more.
So this is where a lot of nepotism and how they also insert themselves
And
in a bit
see,
of everything. One of the confusing aspects of the Red Men Society is because their standing in the society is referenced in death records. There are people today who claim to be descendants from Native people, not realizing that it is because they had an ancestor who was part of this group.
stop.
Proclamation.
Whoa,
Mhm.
Phoenix. Did you hear that? These people who claim an Indian ancestry, these people know I'm telling the truth because they trying to tell somebody. But nobody, everybody on black folks on there talking about my name Emperor Tutuka. This no here. I'm Chief Sun Pow. Everything. This is the issue here. Would y'all please put in there? This is the issue. Someone called it on the carpet. That's why they want you to leave without this part, Dennis. They letting you know they got white people and some blacks claiming Indian ancestry, and this is what they're a part of. That's why they have lost 50 years and all of that stuff, missing 50 years. But you see, we putting it here. It's going to be here. And she letting it sit long enough so those at home can read it for themselves. We're not strolling it. And then you can start pulling stuff up and dig a little deeper and come back. I'm going to ask y'all, are these some receipts while we got more white tribes? We got 500 and some federally recognized tribes. All of them white, Asian, and Mexican, and then not too many, or I don't know, not really.
Mexican, Filipino.
Everybody but us, because we wasn't a part of that coalition. And we think that United States need to go check this stuff. This is what me and Phoenix and Sharon been saying. Okay, Phoenix, go to the little proclamation. This just in 2016, Phoenix.
Yeah, this isn't that long ago. Proclamation, April 13, 2016, as Improved Order of Redmond Day. The proclamation read Improved Order of Redmond Day, whereas the Improved Order of Redmond was first known as the Sons of Liberty. The Improved Order of Redmond is the oldest fraternal organization chartered by Congress in the United States. Whereas the Improved Order of Redmond were in the group of men who threw the tea in the Boston Harbor prior to the Revolutionary War.
Stop. So this
Whereas,
proclamation for lying on the Indians, and people
yep.
got behind that, and we can give a proclamation of killing the Indians and lying on them to get them killed. Is that not fraud? What they did? They blackfaced and got people killed. Go ahead, Ping.
Mm. Whereas some notable members of the Improved Order of the Red Men include George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Paul Revere, and Samuel Adams. Whereas in the 1880s, Tombstone started a charter known as the Optapa Tribe, number 15, and some of its local notable members include Dr. Goodfellow, Virgil Earp. Is that Wyatt Earp's family?
I'm still digging on him, but I think it is.
Virgil Earp and Mayor John Clume, with one of its chiefs being George W.P. Hunt, who in 1912 became the first governor of the state of Arizona. Whereas the last recording of the tribe was in 1915, and now 101 years later, the Great Council of the United States is granting a charter, and the new Tombstone tribe will be known as the Chaconan tribe, number 49.
Stop right
Now,
there.
therefore, mhm,
Now, 2016, they came up with another tribe.
mm.
101 years later. Wait a minute, if we want to see what they say. What y'all say over here? What y'all say? What y'all say? I want to do something, Phoenix. I'm going to put a link over here. I want Mr. Waldo to come on over. I can't leave him out there silent on just texting on us right now for a simple reason. He been personally affected by this in Oklahoma. Because when me and Phoenix get through, Mr. Waldo, on the paper it also say these people were the free. Correct, Phoenix? Go pull it up. Receipt.
Yes, indeed.
It's on that plaque. Okay, why won't let me get Mr. Waldo in here? Mr. Waldo. You can come in. I know that. We got enough room because we paid for this thing so that we can bring you we can bring you in. I don't know why it's not taking, but let me go back and get do what? That was his name? She said, Davita said, yeah, that's his name. I've been too busy on chasing the president.
Oh, it is Wyatt Earp family. Uh-huh.
All these people I'm telling y'all playing these Western movies, I keep telling people, watch them Western pictures. That junk is not a joke. What I tell you, Sharon, they use the names.
Yes, indeed. I got
Well,
a
now
good
when
list from Mr. Percy, too, of good cowboy movies to watch, Indian movies.
And I'm telling y'all, when I'm doing research and person watching this Western, them same names. Now reading them been around long enough to know it. Their names come up. Yeah, Buffalo Bill was a part of it too. With his Wild Wild West show. He was part of the entertainment and the parades. They actually was making mockery of the Indians and the battle of how they took their stuff. Okay, Phoenix, come on, you got a couple of more things to go. They done got all these different chapters and groups. Finish up while Mr. Waldo trying to get over here. Okay. He said for us to just keep talking. All right, Mr. Waldo, we'll just keep rolling.
Well, the Cimarron movie Cimarron was a 1930 Western that showed the Oklahoma land rush. And it kind of following a female woman that ends up, because her husband is the editor of the newspaper and he runs off, you find out at the end, into the oil rush.
What was that?
But also in the end, she's taking all of her laurels, and there's a big banquet because she's, mated and done all these things, and she asks her son to stand up, please stand up, and let me introduce my new daughter-in-law, our new family member, and it's an Osage woman, and that's where the movie ends.
Could the newspaper person been Pike? Because Pike was a newspaper man in Oklahoma and Arkansas. Yeah, y'all, they don't like to play that movie with Sammy Davis Jr. being the Indian. No, they don't like that. And you're right. You see that thing about Tombstone? That Tombstone thing shows up in this here paperwork. So we keep hearing the movies about Tombstone. You're right, Davida. Y'all better go
So
watch
now,
that.
I guess I have a question for you, Sharon. With that being said, would that be coincided at the same time that they are?
Well, they just kicked Phoenix out the room. She'll be back.
Oh, it was a question.
Hold that question, Phoenix. Yeah, she got kicked out the room. Okay, let me hear y'all while we're waiting on Phoenix to come back. That's how the FBI was organized at one point, because so much was going on in the Indian country. Sharon, we were talking about that stuff. We'll go deeper into that on another one of these recaps. But what are y'all thinking about this show?
Yes, that is Killers of the Flower Moon tells that story, but it was really
Killers of the Flower Moon.
right.
Talking about
Story of the Osage, yeah, and how they killed the members.
Well, the Osage members got killed, and that was how the FBI started coming into the picture in the first place.
Okay, so sorry about that. My question was about how it ended with the Osage.
Mm-hmm.
Do these orders, with these same order of the red men, coincide at the same time frame as the Osage murders and that plot and conspiracy?
Some of the time does. Yes. Coming into the night. Look here. We're coming up into 1912 and all of this stuff. It came on in.
It would have to filter up into Hollywood to be able to be in the story.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they knew what they were doing, and they made movies off of what they were doing.
Because it's like her success, and then now their success is going to be because of this woman marrying in.
Okay, it's my turn now to bring something to the share panel, okay? Just 1 minute. Then in 1989, this is part gets me. 1989, we got to deal with. Hold up. Now y'all getting ready to see a little video? Bear with Chief. Here we go. Y'all see who that is? Y'all see who that is?
Russell Means.
Indian activist Russell Means. Y'all remember last year we talked about Russell Means.
Right.
Let's see what's going on with Russell Means now.
This is a traditional greeting of my people that I am bound to give, albeit it's a short version. What I said in my own language translated into English thusly. Hello, my relatives. I am an Oglala Lakota, and I come from our very sacred holy land, the Black Hills. where Yellow Thunder Village is. My mother is from the War Eagle clan, and my father's family is from the Crazy Horse clan. This greeting is to this day the way all Indians throughout the nation still greet one another, those that still know their culture. This is the only way we present ourselves to one another that is acceptable. We tell you who we are, where we are from, who we are from, our clans, and we do this without ever saying our name. Anything less would be an insult to you and to my people. Senators, my morning prayers to the great mystery always include you and your colleagues in Congress, as well as leaders in all governments. It is an honor to come before you as a spokesman for my people, the American Indians of the United States of America. In these United States of America, this great country of ours, we American Indians, we can be anything we want to be, except American Indians. And that is created by the laws of this nation and condoned by its subsidiaries, the so-called tribal government, and designed for the Indian to fail, to be expendable, to be eliminated. I take you back in your history. After the American Indian hostiles had been subdued and forcibly confined to Indian reservations, it took approximately 30 years, one generation, for us to adjust and become economically viable, contrary to what the anthropologists say and what we even ourselves are taught as Indian people. However, allotments were made smaller, our remaining lands were open to homesteading, and we were forced into reducing our livestock. Nevertheless, we made the adjustment again in less than half the aforementioned time, 15 years, and become economically self-sufficient again. But once again, the American Indian was forced into reducing our livestock. The boss farmer concept was instituted. We were told what, when, where, how much, and how little we could grow. This applied to agriculture and our livestock. Again, we recovered in a time span of approximately 15 years. We were so successful in our third recovery that the American Indians enjoyed the finest of economic times, while the rest of the industrialized world was wallowing in the Great Depression. It was then that President Roosevelt introduced the Howard Wheeler Act, better known as the Indian Reorganization Act, the IRA, which institutionalized the so-called tribal governments, which are not one of our institutions, and it is still foreign to us this very day. We have yet to recover. 45 years later, the IRA, Indian tribal governments, on their own initiative, began renewed efforts at reestablishing their sovereignty focused on the oldest profession of American Indians. That's gambling. Bingo and other gaming operations has been, without exception, a proven initial success. Failure through mismanagement, politics, or litigation has been less than 15%, showing a better than 85% success rate. The new Indian-sponsored gaming industry on reservations dwarfed success ratios of any and all other non-Indian industries in America. Gaming operations have proven to benefit the revenue gathering of all governments, be they county, state, or Indian reservation. With regulation of bingo and gaming by the Congress, we are experiencing repetition of history. One shouldn't remedy success. The results? The United States government, through Congress, once again intervenes to regulate a proven success in violation of all basic and fundamental rules of economics and totally contrary to all laws of capitalism. American Indians are human beings. We are supposed to be citizens of the United States of America. We fought in your wars in other countries. Our Navajo Nation code talkers served and saved this nation in World War II. We have the inalienable right to joint venture with whom we choose, as long as we do not harm nor commit fraud upon anyone. There is no piece of evidence anywhere that proves Indians ever conspired with criminal elements to establish bingo. The Bureau of Indian Affairs, the infamous colonial office of the Department of Interior, and the initiator of sleaze in government, has been regulating contracting on Indian reservations since 1824. This fact alone should convince and teach every student of government that regulation of commerce and enterprise does not work. In fact, it only produces the opposite result. Graft and corruption is rampant to the contracting auspices of the BIA and its surrogate tribal government. Indian front contractors bid for and receive government contracts only to proceed to build shoddy, dangerous bridges, buildings, schools, roads, and dams. The Indian is the scapegoat when there is a failure, and is always the one indicted. Contracting on reservations has proven historically to breed and feed corruption within the BIA and now the tribal governments. Within the past 2 years, I personally have attempted to assist 7 Indian reservations located in the Southwest, the Northwest, and the Northern Plains, to no avail. The investors I represented were from various groups interested in establishing banks, resorts, Indian-owned public relation firms, factories, fishing ports, and international trade. I now know that tribal governments do not want economic development unless graft is a major ingredient. The BIA is a major player in land leases being sold by petty bureaucrats for as meager an amount as $40. There is a scandal of monstrous proportions occurring in at least 2 Indian agencies, the BIA's branch of land operations and the branch of realty. I challenge this investigations committee to intricately go into the branches of realty and land operations. The BIA does not enforce its trust responsibility, quite to the contrary. In September of 1987, I moved from the poorest county in America, the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation, to the richest area in the country, the Navajo Indian Reservation. There is no difference. I paraphrase the former Secretary of the Department of the Interior, James Watt. If you want to see an example of failed socialism, go to an Indian reservation. The poorest and richest reservations in our nation suffer from identical problems: mismanagement, a bloated patronage system, no checks and balances, and tribal government's waiver of sovereignty in order to initiate debt. This is not anything new. This is an everyday occurrence in all tribal governments. Problem is leadership. In this case, it is the lack of leadership. Ironically, everyone, including you senators, referred to the allegedly elected tribal officials as leaders. Leaders are supposed to work for a better quality of life for their constituents. It is an insult to my heritage, my ancestors, and my dignity as an Oglala Lakota to have the term used loosely. Many of the tribal officials are honest and sincere men and women who have good hearts. Nevertheless, a vast majority of the tribal officials parasite on the incestuous world of tribal politics. Not as our forefathers, who were the best providers, protectors, defenders, advocators, and friends. The game of who is the most important rules. It's embarrassing. At the turn of the century, American Indians numbered about 230,000, all traditional. With each succeeding generation, we lose our population base and our spirit as once proud peoples. The American Indian statistics of deprivation have remained constant since the end of World War II. All other groups of citizens' fortunes rise and fall with the gross national product, the GNP. The American Indian statistical line of deprivation remains constant, a straight line. With the blatant genocide of our traditional people, we have less than 50,000 in America today. We are averaging a loss of 1,000 a year since 1900. We are losing a value system as distinct people that sets us apart from the industrialized world. These facts surface in our tribal statistics, and no one attempts to do anything about it except for a few social workers and reservation police. This new statistical horror is women and child abuse. Child sexual abuse is epidemic on Indian reservations, and all you hear are whispers. This abuse can be directly attributable to the schools on the reservations. Education in the BIA, public, the contract, and missionary schools do not teach positive values from non-Indian culture, and in collusion with the BIA, certainly do not allow Indian culture and values to be taught. The fact is, educators continually denigrate American Indian traditional lifestyle as primitive, dirty, and without any redeemable virtues. And the tribal councils condone it. Needless to say, every time the U.S. government has interfered with American Indian lifestyles, it has been proven to be disastrous. In the 1960s, legal services were implemented on Indian reservations. It was a boon for the people. Tribal officials all of a sudden were held accountable. Legal services stepped in, and lo and behold, tribal courts had power to the power of attorney for the people. The result? An edict from Washington, D.C. is handed down, and legal services can no longer represent people against the tribal government, and they can no longer represent class action lawsuits against any government. Presently, legal services are not much more than a mill for divorce lawyer trainees. Congress passed the American Indian Religious Freedom Act in 1978. To date, 6 cases concerning our freedom of religion has reached the Supreme Court. We lost every one of them. We do not win lawsuits. State governments lose. The only time we allegedly win a lawsuit, it is in reality the federal government winning out over the sovereign rights of a state. Once again, the American Indians are the pawn. Now, the major factors presenting American Indian people with existing rights to self-determination. American Indians suffer under a system of dual citizenship, that is, U.S. citizenship and tribal citizenship maintained by the BIA. Only Hitler did that. The dual citizenship is a major obstacle in the free exercise of individual and tribal sovereignty. The continuing loss and attrition of existing lands through various federal, state, and local laws and/or regulations is a hindrance. The abridgment of sovereign rights to remaining lands and the arbitrary monetary policies of settlement of these rights whenever they are recognized. Another major factor preventing Indian people from self-determination, subjugation of the American Indian individual to the laws of government-sponsored tribal governments, and the continuing arbitration of the BIA rules and regulations, which have the force of law, yet are not repealable. Solutions. The American Indian people's right to self-determination is recognized and will be implemented through the following policies. The American Indian individual shall have the right to choose his or her citizenship, and the American Indian nations have the right to choose their level of citizenship and autonomy up to absolute independence. The American Indian will have their just property rights restored which include rights of easement, access, hunting, fishing, prayer, and water. The BIA will be abolished, with the American Indian tribal members deciding the extent and nature of their governments, if any. Negotiations will be undertaken to exchange otherwise unclaimed and unowned federal property for any and all government obligations to the American Indian nations, and to hold fully liable those responsible for any and all damages which have resulted from the resource development on or near reservation lands, including damages done by careless and inexcusable disposal of uranium mill tailings and other mineral and toxic wastes. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for inviting me here. It's been a high honor, and especially since I'm the only one invited here today to testify that doesn't receive money from the federal government. Also, I want to I was introduced as a former founder and leader of the American Indian Movement to the tribal chairwomen that you have here, our former associates of the American Indian Movement back in the days when we were gross militants. And so I just wanted to let you in on that the American Indian Movement is a very proud continuing part of American Indian society. I thank you.
Mr. Means, thank you. You certainly have left us with many provoking thoughts about the problems facing American Indians today. And you were kind enough and wise enough to also make some suggestions. I think that is what this committee is looking for. We may agree, we may not agree with them, but it is important to have some thought-provoking ideas of where we should go from the standpoint of the relationship between the federal government and the American natives.
Okay, can y'all hear me? I just saw somebody say this is what they're up to now. Yes, this is what they are up to now. Okay? Now, one more thing before we go further. Sharon, what you were saying, you can bring it on, but I want to go to one more thing while you're getting ready. Okay, so this is means now in 95 coming up. Okay? Trying to see why it ain't going up.
That first clip was 1989. Now it's 1995.
Yeah, I'm coming to 95. Trying to see why it's not popping up there. I'm actually putting it up, but it's not going up. Let me go back over here and see what's happening. But anyway, tell me so far while I'm doing this, Phoenix, what you say.
I just find it really difficult to process, especially knowing what we know. Going back to Standing Rock, that order that they placed in 2016, of course, posthumously for Mr. Means. I don't remember what year he passed away.
I think 72. We'll get to that in a second. I got that here. He died. He was 72 years old when he died. 1973. No. Died Monday. Wait a minute. I don't know if Sharon
2012. He died in 2012.
just got there. So he was the spokesman and the co-founder of AIM.
And also when he mentioned the lady that was sitting next to him, Chief, and how they used to be militant radicals, would that have been the time of Leonard Peltier?
All of them was, yeah, all of them
Alcatraz.
at the same time. If you look at what we was talking about earlier, even the women movement, all of this stuff, they start crossing together. Because they still here today. Let's do this. They in some of this here patriotism, make America great and all of this kind of stuff as we speak. I'm muffled. Okay, here I come. Am I better? Um,
Yes, a lot better.
okay, these people, their game was to, how can I put it, manipulate the system, but they had people there. They got into different movements, the civil rights movement. The Indians got there. They won the Indian right bill. You know, we got to realize means and aim was at the forefront of this stuff. Okay, the women's movement. He introduced these ladies, and he said they was a part of the Indian women part of the movement, right? So I'm gonna say yes to what you just said. I'm gonna say they infiltrated everything because they also joined in with the Black Panthers. We're gonna
They
bring
sure
in
did.
one of the movies. We're gonna bring in that Sharon, um, extra about is gonna show that. Okay, so I'm gonna say these people were crooks. Now, this is the one that makes me mad right here. Is coming up.
If they do, then they're admitting to being colonized because
Okay, here we go.
It's incredible, isn't it?
two, one.
Russell, I look forward to talking with you again because we did visit during the last of the
You turn it
motorcade.
up a little, Chief.
And I remember you were such a splendid interview. So here we are again in this incredible setting, isn't it? I mean, can you imagine? 100,000 people are going to be watching the
They,
movie.
they
So,
recorded it lower.
congratulations to all of you on Pocahontas. And you are the father of Pocahontas, the chief. Could you give us just a little of the historical background of your character?
Well, he was a childhood idol of mine. I aspire to be all the qualities that he is in this movie. Uh, he was such a great man, they named an entire confederacy after him, the Powhatan Confederacy, that was on the southeast coast and inland also. I know him as being larger than life, which this movie accurately portrays. And so I'm very humbled and honored to be able to aspire and be part of him.
I think people will see in the movie Pocahontas that these American Indians live quite differently from the Plains Indians. And I think most people equate the Plains Indians with, sort of the generic American Indian. What were some of the major differences in the way they lived?
Actually, my way of thinking, there isn't any difference. I don't look at the physical, I look at the spiritual. And the spiritual way they lived is the way we live on the plains. I'm from the plains. And that's what makes us Indian people Indians, is that we're integrated and we interact with the environment. And that's the beauty of this movie. It shows the children the continuing environmental message that the Lion King gave them and Bambi, that animals have personalities, that they have feelings. But this not only shows the birds and the animals interacting, interfacing with human beings, includes the forest, the wind, the fire, and the smoke. It's beautiful integration of the environment. And so that teaching that human beings can interact, children will understand and take away with them.
Do you think that Native Americans will have any objections at all to things they see in this movie?
If they do, then they're admitting to being colonized because the world's children are going to be introduced to my people, to Indian people, through the woman. And that's important because we are matriarchal societies up and down this hemisphere. And what is important is that Pocahontas introduces. Who knows anything about Indian women? Nobody. And yet here she comes with all these virtuous and athletic qualities and spirituality. And then she's wiser than the wise man, wiser than her father, and stops a war And in the process of stopping that war, she teaches the children that pigmentation and bone structure are not important in human relationships.
And actually, she was much younger than we would ever imagine. What was she, about 12, 13, something like that?
I researched this. When the colonists first came upon her and wrote about her, she was 10 or 11. At the period of time that John Smith wrote about her, he was talking about 4 or 5 years later. So she was 14, 15 years old.
But it would appear that she was older, maybe more his age. I don't know.
You should meet my 15-year-old daughter. She's the spitting image of Pocahontas, and she'll be here for the premiere.
I think it will come as a surprise to some people that Pocahontas, by her independence, really reflects more the women, contemporary women of today. Do you think?
Oh, by no means.
No?
I mean, this woman, Pocahontas, is in control, and she's respected for that. She has individual choice, and that's respected. It's not debated.
But let me see if I understand what you're saying, Russell. To me, when she would kind of go off and do her thing, as we say in today's language, um, that might seem a little bit at odds with what some people might think women were like, young women were like in that day and time. Do you follow
That's
my
what I'm
thought?
trying to tell you, and I just told you that I love this movie because it teaches the world's children that we're matriarchal and that they're introduced to my people through the woman. And that's exactly our societies. You see, we're the ones who gave Europe and the rest of the world the concept of individual liberty through representative government. It only come from us. It didn't come from the Greeks or John Locke or any other person. So I love the portrayal of the way the accurate historical truths of this movie.
As the movie was being made, were you able to interject or to have input about certain things that maybe weren't quite right, and maybe you had some opportunity to influence a change?
Oh, very definitely.
What were some of the changes?
I'm so pleased that they incorporated every one of my suggestions. I am more than pleased with the fact that they changed the stereotypical image of the young brave who is warlike and wants revenge and wants to kill. They changed Cocoa into the responsible member that he rightly should be, so that when his death happens, everyone is surprised and shocked that an innocent person gets killed in this movie. But it teaches children that when there's violence and war, innocent people get hurt. The other thing I changed was that Powhatan listens to his daughter. And that's the way we do in anything. Children are first. Everything else we as adults comes second. When the child comes up to us, we stop everything and we listen to the child, as he did in that scene after the Indians were wounded. And so he listens. And it caused him to change his mind later in the movie when he chose peace over war. So it's very important, the father-daughter relationship in this movie. I love it. I can't say enough about it.
Well, I would hope that families would go and see it as a unit and then talk about it. I think that would be of great value as well as great entertainment for everyone.
Exactly. The children are going to hit on that father-daughter relationship immediately.
Russell, thank you for your time here in New York City in Central Park. As always, it's wonderful to see you. I look forward to the next time.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, y'all.
In Confederate.
You must be talking about Tom Acklin's Disney movie, Disney Pocahontas
You
movie.
know, him and Tom was um, friends. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
I want to see what all people got to say about that. Um, I gotta let him sit there because he looked like an Italian to me.
Can
I
you drop the link in the chat? That way people could listen to it because it did sound low, but the video quality itself is low. Not that Chief was playing it low. So this way you can listen to it when you get on your own time.
let me, let me do that. Okay, talk to me, Phoenix. Sharon.
It's being a relative of Wahum Seneca, aka Powhatan, and Pocahontas. I take offense to it. Um, mm, He kept talking about her like she wasn't kidnapped, like she wasn't sex trafficked. Um, yeah, like she wasn't murdered. I don't
Right.
know. I don't like that.
Sharon.
Well, I just don't know how any anybody could stand up and defend that. I mean, everything he's saying, and then he almost sexualizes his daughter a little bit in it, and that's disturbing too.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But you know, he got very big in Hollywood. He'd done Last of the Mohicans and those different things, and he became that face they were looking for. Well, however, whatever, I guess the way he talked, it's not his features for sure. But look, he's very deteriorated at this point, even compared to when he was in Congress.
Well, his sins was catching up with him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think
Doesn't
he
come
was
off the same way.
do
Mm.
that. Why I know people haven't watched this video, why I'm showing it, out of all these years and he's dead, I want y'all to know there was only 35 likes to this and 1,875 views. Okay, so I thought this was something we needed to view since we're going to start doing our film sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these things was done for educational purpose only. Israel, Mr. Waldo, Marie, make sure y'all post that there. Phoenix, back to what we were saying. This man made it sound like he did something great. He also,
Father Pocahontas.
I gotta take him off, y'all. He's working on my nerves.
Yeah.
Cody,
Steven Seagal, yeah, he's got that look. They probably hung out.
all the same people. Y'all remember we did the video showing in Mississippi last year, Sharon and Phoenix, and we talked about this man Cody and the Tom Maitlands and the Great Hawks, and they put this beautiful show on. Okay, we got to go back. The time we've been spending in chat rooms bickering, they need to be talking about these things. And this was done June 6, 1995. Okay, so um, I can't get it to go into the chat. Okay, here it is. Russell Mean Pocahontas, 6 month, 95. Y'all should put it up there out of YouTube. It been up there for a year. They put that up in 2023. There's other things, but he gets worse and worse. But one thing y'all just said, I read some of the stuff that was going on. He put on a good show. That he did. Okay. Tell me what y'all think about so far. Sharon, you said you had something on the birth of a new nation because they think we ain't on the birth of a new nation. All of this, from the beginning of what we showed y'all to now, is the birth of the new nation. The president from George Washington down. And we're going to show you some old members. Joe Wilson was a part of it. All of them. Okay. And my part that I feel we have not focused on these things because we was deprived of knowing these things was going on. Now we have the ability to join together and educate the real truth. And I say Congress owes some answers. Okay? That's right, J. Martin said they should have named it the birth of a Native American because they wiped us out to bring him in. Um, anybody in the chat room want to say Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Go out, come back. All right. I'm back. We're gonna Sharon, you want to touch on the you got your stuff on there yet?
I don't know if I can present it. I might have to sign out and come back in to get it to work. So I'm not sure how to show them. Thought it was easier.
Okay.
Let's see.
I was asking y'all when y'all couldn't hear me. I was saying, how many of y'all have ever saw or had actually understood the birth of a new nation was about taking over us? And we got to be honest. If you didn't know that, put no. Did know that, put yes. If this is what you've been, all of these name changes, putting tribes together, we showing you that's a repeat. But they had the power of the government, the president, Congress, they had judges, and they had the BIA. I saw somebody up there at the top say the Pinkertons. Yes, the Pinkertons were the first before the FBI.
Yes, indeed.
The Pinkerton FBI took what was the Pinkerton place.
Oh.
Um, can y'all let us know if y'all enjoyed tonight? Y'all quiet tonight. Phoenix, I think I overfilled them at the
I think everybody full.
they so full. Y'all really stuck in there with us. Yeah, the Indian agents too. My grandfather used to talk about the Indian agents. Um, the birth of a new nation gonna take a couple parts because we gotta get back to the. We didn't cover the Freeman tonight, Phoenix, and we don't want to hold y'all all night, but we brought y'all on early. We got more to give you all, but I told you it's more like a banquet. Okay, so we want y'all to digest this more than one time. Take notes. Okay, make notes so when you come back, I see Jazz and Jay
What's
Martin.
that part 4 next, right?
Um,
Part 4 next.
part 4 is next.
Are we gonna get a little preview of the birth of a nation?
Before we leave out of here, we done been sick enough already, so it shouldn't hurt us no quicker. Um, I wanted to ask you, Sharon. I asked Sharon stuff, and she asked me stuff because that's the way we learn it if we really learn it. And I want y'all to hear Sharon too. Sharon, would you tell them how you feel most of the time while you're doing your research, while I'm getting the birth of a new nation put to the
What was the last part where you said?
how you feel coming in, not being a Native American, but as a person from, I know what you tell me sometime, and I'm not going to say it, but being a white person and looking at, and being a Catholic and looking at, tell the audience how you feel. Because you know why I'm saying to do this? We all need to know how the next one feel. Because we think nobody cares on other sides, and that's not true. Okay? And Sharon had put a lot of work in to get the truth so that she could cross reference. So y'all make sure y'all have the truth and I'm not making it up. Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, I think that the really sickening part is how much it's like somebody knows the history, even if we don't. It's all there because it's all in the archive. And there was a lot of protest against this film even before it was shown. And there were demonstrations and there were towns, even in Ohio and stuff and what I did was I just screenshot the documentary evidence of the things I'm saying. So, I'll figure out how to put this thing where it'll work. So you can see if Chief wants to show it later, I can send it to you. But it probably wouldn't even have been important or seen, but Woodrow Wilson decided it was the first film to ever be shown in the White House. And then there's this huge, and the Klan was even small, was in Tennessee. It is what invigorated it and caused that. I mean, it was fueled it. And the problem, even in looking at this, is he went on to segregate the federal government. He brought about the Robert E. Lee things, and I would have never even looked at him. It's not even in the official bio of the president. If you hadn't kept mentioning Woodrow Wilson, and then I started looking it up, and they don't say anything about this. That the White House was a place for the Klan to organize, and so when, even in looking at it, there's still 100 years later, they're still saying how significant a film it was. And that is such a lie, because as a film editor or maker, it's not visually, it's not significant. Narratively, it's not significant. And there was somebody making, but she was a woman, making films way before D.W. Griffith. So they made the film important, and they still continue to say it's the first narrative, it's the most artistically significant, and hands down, it's not.
Mm-mm.
So the lies perpetuated.
A masterpiece.
It is not. It is not. And I have some screenshots to show you of somebody else that was working with all Black cast members, with doing independent film, and those truly are. I mean, some of this work is very important, but it wasn't preserved. It wasn't kept. It was never shown in the White House. So you can see how film from the beginning, even the silent era, was harnessed as propaganda.
That's right. While we're talking, I want to do something, because people wasn't listening, because Dr. King did talk about the birth of a new nation. Okay. And I want to come on with some of that.
The British Empire.
I want you to hear what he said.
Promised land.
Okay. Let me get it full screen for you. And then I'll do the birth.
Subject, the birth of a new nation. And I would like to use as a basis for our thinking together a story that has long since been stenciled on the mental sheets of succeeding generations. It is the story of the Exodus, the story of the flight of the Hebrew people from the bondage of Egypt through the wilderness and finally to the promised land. It's a beautiful story. I had the privilege the other night of seeing the story in movie terms in New York City, entitled The Ten Commandments. And I came to see it in all of its beauty. The struggle of Moses, the struggle of his devoted followers as they sought to get out of Egypt, as they finally moved on to the wilderness and toward the promised land. This is something of the story of every people struggling for freedom. It is the first story of man's explicit quest for freedom. And it demonstrates the stages that seem to inevitably follow in the quest for freedom. And prior to March the 6th, 1957, there existed a country known as the Gold Coast. This country was a colony of the British Empire. This country was situated in that vast continent known as Africa. Now, I'm sure you know a great deal about Africa, that continent with some 200 million people. And it extends and covers a great deal of territory. There are many familiar names associated with Africa that you would probably remember, and there are some countries in Africa that many people never realize. For instance, Egypt is in Africa. And that is that vast area of North Africa with Egypt and Ethiopia, with Tunisia and Algeria and Morocco and Libya. And then you might move to South Africa and you think of that extensive territory known as the Union of South Africa. That is that capital city, Johannesburg, that you read so much about these days. And then that is Central Africa with places like Rhodesia and the Belgian Congo. And then that is East Africa with places like Kenya and Tanganyika, and places like Uganda, and other very powerful countries right there. And then you move over to West Africa, where you find the French West Africa and Nigeria and Liberia and Sierra Leone and places like that. And it is in this spot, in this section of Africa, that we find the Gold Coast, there in West Africa. You also know that for years and for centuries, Africa has been one of the most exploited continents in the history of the world. It's been the dark continent. It's been the continent that has suffered all of the pain and the affliction that could be mustered up by other nations. It is that continent which has experienced slavery, which has experienced all of the lowest standards that we can think about, has been brought into being by the exploitation inflicted upon it by other nations. This country, the Gold Coast, was a part of this extensive continent known as Africa. It's a little country there in West Africa, about 91,000 miles in area, with a population of about 5 million people, a little more than 4.5 million. It stands there with its capital city, Accra. For years, the Gold Coast was exploited and dominated and trampled over. The first European settlers came in there about 1444, the Portuguese, and they started legitimate trade with the people in the Gold Coast. They started dealing with them with their gold, and in turn, they gave them guns and ammunition and gunpowder and that type of thing. But pretty soon America was discovered a few years later in the 1400s. Then the British West Indies. And all of these growing discoveries brought about the slave trade. You remember it started in America in 1619. There was a big scramble for power in Africa. With the growth of the slave trade, that came into Africa, into the Gold Coast in particular. Not only the Portuguese, but also the Swedes and the Danes and the Dutch and the British. And all of these nations competed with each other to win the power of the Gold Coast so that they could exploit these people for commercial reasons and sell them into slavery. And finally, in 1850, Britain won out and she gained possession of the total territorial expansion of the Gold Coast. From 1850 to 1957, March 6th, the Gold Coast was a colony of the British Empire. And as a colony, she suffered all of the injustices, all of the exploitation, all of the humiliation that comes as a result of colonialism. But like all slavery, like all domination, like all exploitation, it came to the point that the people got tired of it. And that seems to be the long story of history. There seems to be a throbbing desire. There seems to be an internal desire for freedom within the soul of every man. And it's there. It might not break forth in the beginning, but eventually it breaks out. Men realize that freedom is something basic. And to rob a man of his freedom is to take from him the essential basis of his manhood. To take from him his freedom is to rob him of something of God's image. Paraphrase the words of Shakespeare's Othello, who steals my purse steals trash. To something nothing, 'twas mine, 'tis his, has been the slave of thousands. But he who filches from me my freedom robs me of that which not enriches him, but makes me poor indeed. That is something in the soul that cries out for freedom. That is something deep down within the very soul of man that reaches out for Canaan. Men cannot be satisfied with Egypt. They try to adjust to it for a while. Many men have vested interest in Egypt. They are slow to leave. Egypt makes it profitable to them. Some people profit by Egypt. The vast majority of the masses of people never profit by Egypt, and they are never content with it. And eventually they rise up and begin to cry out for Canaan's land. And so these people got tired. It had a long history. As far back as 1844, the chiefs themselves of the Gold Coast rose up and came together and revolted against the British Empire and the other powers that were in existence at that time dominating the Gold Coast. They revolted, saying that they wanted to govern themselves. But these powers clamped down on them, and the British said that we will not let you go. About 1909, a young man was born on the 12th of September. History didn't know at that time what that young man had in his mind. Mother and father, illiterate, not a part of the powerful tribal life of Africa, not chiefs at all, but humble people. That boy grew up, he went to school at Achimota for a while in Africa. Then he finished there with honors and decided to work his way to America. He landed to America one day with about $50 in his pocket in terms of pounds, getting ready to get an education, and he went down to Pennsylvania to Lincoln University. He started studying there, and he started reading the great insights of the philosophers. He started reading the great insights of the ages, and he finished that and took his theological degree there and preached a while around Philadelphia and other areas as he was in the country. Went over to the University of Pennsylvania and took up a master's there in philosophy and sociology. All the years that he stood in America, he was poor. He had to work hard. He says in his autobiography how he worked as a bellhop in hotels as a dishwasher. During the summer, how he worked as a waiter trying to struggle through school.
The original recording is briefly interrupted at this point.
I want to go back home. I want to go back to West Africa, the land of my people, my native land. That is some work to be done there.
Y'all see where the movement start going then to Africa? Then Phoenix? Can y'all hear me? Okay, I must have lost Phoenix and Sharon and everybody.
I'm here. I'm here.
Do you see, I played this for a reason, okay? Because number one, it was a speech on the birth of a new nation. At that time, what new nation they must have was talking about, to me, had to begin to be Africa. Y'all hear what I'm saying? I played
Right.
it for a reason, okay? And the focus from 1957 start gearing that way. And it never looked back really to here. Even though in the 60s, people were still working here, there was a group that started working toward Africa. That's one thing we got to correct. Am I right about that? But y'all remember now, this is before he made his great speeches. He had done start learning a lot. That was a hope that he had. But I don't see Africa looking back, speaking for us that same way today. Do any of y'all? So, that was the birth of that nation speech. But there was still a lot of clans growing off the birth of the nation because they was afraid, they say, that black people was going to do to their people what they know they had to did to Pocahontas for real. So we got to look at both nations, and we did birth, listen at me now, we did birth two new nations, Phoenix, by not fighting for the one we should have been fighting for, was our nation within here. I challenge you all to let's get back to what we need to be focused on, and that is what's going on in America with us. Okay, Phoenix? If we don't go to what's going on with us in America, because while we was doing that, that's why I wanted to show that. Guess what? They were taking our identity. Okay? Tell me what you feel about what you just seen, Phoenix.
Yes, ma'am. And that was a pivotal time. I think it said 1957. I know in 1954, that is when Lyndon B. Johnson had the 501c3 tax exempt for religious organizations. And that made it to where, in order for them to have the tax exempt status, they had to make sure that they openly spoke out or was organized against, anything that the government declared legal, like
Right.
abortion, homosexuality. They had to, they couldn't get political either.
No. And we got to remember, this here speech is before the Civil Rights Bill, you know what I'm saying? Before the Voting Rights Bill, a lot was going on. Somewhere, people took advantage of that situation, okay? And we still caught right there. What's going on now? This is the picture of new that was played in the White House. We're going to watch the whole thing. Get to the good part. fast forward just a little bit. Y'all go back and watch this thing. I want to get to the part on the way up here somewhere. I'm gonna take y'all a little. I gotta speed up a little bit. I see a masterpiece. Take a minute. Some of the stuff we're talking about. About her things. Did you notice the black woman be in the fire department all by herself? What president would glorify this? But what we're gonna lead up to, I'm gonna try to speed up to what he wants. And this became the movie that supposedly upset the white folks and made them run to be members of the clans.
Wow.
Okay, guys, this here is the movie. It was all about same thing they did to the Indians in the beginning, and they brought in their friends. Wait a minute. Their friends become the Ku Klux Klans to save the white women. Okay, there it is. Here it comes. This is what this movie was based on, to build up Union soldiers. Spider-Man with the uniform with a painted black face. This is what they want to see now.
Yes.
This is what they're trying to rally up on the internet, get everybody angry so you can run out there and do that, so they can call in the military and bring in the order of the red man that you don't know who it is. It could be your doctor, it could be your teacher, it could be your preacher. Okay? Yeah, one of them look one right there. And this is what the movement is today of making America great again. Okay?
Yep.
And they have put all these tribes all across the United States and protected. This is what Congress need to be looking into. This is what we need to be talking to local elected officials about. Sharon is on here. This is what she met me talking about stuff like this and fighting stuff like this. And then when that stupid stuff started, I just stopped because I wasn't giving no ammunition, Phoenix, to these crazy fools running around into their tribe, running over here by us and everywhere, when they don't really know what was really going on. Okay? We don't need a birth of a new nation. We need to save our nation. This is our country. I heard Ming say about dual citizenship. That dual citizenship was promised to us and it never took place. And becoming violent, they done did that in the past. We don't have to become violent. We need to use the law in our favor and this internet to educate people. And when somebody's not voting for somebody, ask them, when are they gonna deal with this undealt with situation? So we doing this video so you don't have to remember everything. We're doing these sessions so you can say, go watch recap on Cooking with Chief. Information is there. Is anybody in there? Ishmael J. Moore? Go. I was trying to do that plus over there, but look, go drop the links to Martin King's Birth of a New Nation, and then the so-called masterpiece of the Birth of a New Nation, 1915. Homework, Phoenix. Who was the president besides him that came after Woodrow Wilson and stuff? That edit and abetted, and you're gonna find a lot of it. You understand? This is not a game. This is your children and grandchildren's future. You gotta take it serious. Every time they give us games for entertainment is to take us away from seeing what's really going on. When they're giving us free tickets to something, what you trying to keep me from not seeing? When they put certain movies on and get millions and millions of dollars. We got black entertainers in the music and the movie industry battling each other and all the way into the pulpits. Yeah, they'll use you and build you up, and then they can easily tear you down. This channel is not to radicalize you, politicize you. It's to educate you. If you care about you and your children and next generation, while you have the internet, while you're close to the library or the clerk of court's office, pull records, teach. If you got somebody in as a minister and he say he's a leader and he don't understand this is the day of this issue, re-rising up. And if you don't know your enemy or what been used against you as a weapon, you'll walk into your enemy and walk dead into the weapon. Weapons is always not guns. The stuff we've been showing y'all, that's a weapon. A weapon that been used against us to destroy us. A weapon used to divide us. I care. I care a lot. Okay? I don't care just because. I don't care about it's about money. I care because I have 2 grandbabies, 3 children. That me and my husband brought that group into this world. And they have to be educated so they don't go repeat mistakes. So they don't sit in the wrong place at the wrong time. We need to vote some of these people out that's in. We need to run a report card on them. I wish I could sit here and tell y'all Donald Trump is the whole problem of America, but that's a lie. Because him and Biden don't know they left from their right. There is a machine. Hemok said there was already a machine in place, right, Phoenix?
Sure did.
Roderick said it could not be stopped because it was too big of a people. President Obama got adopted into one of those tribes. He didn't get adopted into nobody look like us. You just saw Means looking like he was straight from Italy. questions need to be asked in each one of our towns across this country. You got people on here from a lot of places. Go to your clerk of court. See when they was chartered in your area. Go meet with your mayors. Forget about Washington right now. The change starts at the bottom. Pull papers. Get your elected officials to sit down and tell you about, do they know about this? If they don't know about this, they cannot represent you. Someone said a movie. Yes, it's a movie that's still being played. Birth of a New Nation is still going on. It has not said the end yet. And we're the people that can stop it from saying the end on us. Mr. Waldo was talking about Freeman. Phoenix, I'm going to come down, and if you go back to that picture on the first page you was up on, you will see who was the Freeman. Now, I don't like to talk what's not facts, but I'm going to say it this way when I can't factually say it because I didn't factually live in Oklahoma, and we didn't have nobody here factually being called a Freeman. But if you do research on Freeman, you will find white folks was Freemen. To get citizenship into this country, they have to be a Freeman to be able to join church or vote. Okay? It's your first form of Freeman. How did we get Freemans in Oklahoma when Indians went on the trail and people like Mr. Waldo and them got papers with their grandmother's name that I saw saying they was Indian by blood? It didn't say nothing about Freeman on that paper. How did Freeman get there? Well, if the judge, the governors, the senators, and the congressmen and the presidents is there, what could you do? Those people didn't have no civil right bill, no voting right bill. Many of our people died fighting against this. But when you go and look at the order of the red man, they were considered freedmen. Okay? Phoenix is gathering it for you. I know y'all full. We coming up at 11:30 mark, and we normally start at 12. I'm going to let y'all go, but I hope the time that we have spent won't hinder you from coming to part 4. Sharon, what you say about Dr. King's speech or while Phoenix is coming? Or I know you got a lot to say about the birth of a new nation.
Well, somebody asked a question if that was where he said that the Negro people were in exile. If that speech.
No. That comes in the 60s. We'll touch on those things later on. I hear people saying Dr. King stole us out. Is that? I'm gonna tell y'all something. I've been around the King family. I don't know if you all have, but I have, and I'm sure I'm not a sellout. I've been around civil rights leaders that gave their life without knowing when they was gonna have a dime to come in to feed their own family. I was around people that just got their retirement before they died. People that raised the money to pay their retirement because they spent their entire life dedicated to running office 24 hours, researching from books, not on the internet, crisscrossing this country, pulling records so that you can have your charge card, your brick house, a bathroom inside, your job, your money in the bank, and you can eat at whatever restaurant you can afford to pay to get out of. You can check in whatever hotel you want to check in and check out. Those people didn't have that opportunity. You can take your cruise and go around the country. They didn't have that opportunity. I see people down in civil rights leaders. Well, I'm a proud civil rights leader, and I didn't make no money. I didn't sell nobody, y'all. Dr. King not here to speak for himself, but you all too got to remember, nobody's perfect. And he was reaching out for help to help the community. And a lot of times you have to reach to what was there. But you are not responsible if what was there that you reached to wasn't in favor with you. See, y'all getting to know Chief Warhorse. So I'm a warhorse. I tell the truth. I had friends in the civil rights movement died poorer than most of y'all on this channel. They died just like I am right now. People gave their life. Martin Luther King run up and down the road, can't check in the hotel. He got his kids checking in hotels. And once they start checking them in, you don't sell out when you die. If he was doing what he was supposed to do and he was sold out like he was supposed to be, he wouldn't have been killed. Same go for Malcolm. You get killed when you're not doing what the power that be says. You don't get killed when you're carrying out their agenda. People didn't come after me because I was carrying out the power that be agenda. They came because I said no. So y'all understand? Some of y'all too young to understand before integration. Some of y'all don't know what it was. You wasn't here to see America moan. When King died, the world stopped for black people. I don't care if it was school or whatever. Everything got turned on. I'm in SCLC because I worked with the founders of SCLC. And I'm proud that I worked in that particular organization. I belong to my tribe, United States, and I'm a proud member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The reason why you don't see SCLC out there is because you may not be in SCLC. You may be in something else or somewhere else. And as black folks begin to progress and make money, they didn't put nothing back into the movement. It costs money to travel this country. It's easy to blame somebody else. It's easy to say who didn't fight your fight for you. I tell people a lot of time, look in the mirror. You blame people on the outside more than you blame on the inside. I told Noreen, and she's sitting right there. If you don't know about the movement and you older than me, now that's your mama's problem. That's your daddy's problem. You can't blame Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, nobody. If your house don't get involved, is your house doing it. What Michael Jackson say? Man in the mirror. With Michael Jackson, which I love Michael Jackson coming up. Prince, when they didn't know the truth at first, but when they found the truth out, they put it in the music because they wasn't public speakers, they were public singers. Where they at now? Where are they? And did we stand in large numbers to demand investigations? No, we didn't. We moaned. You got to stop complaining and do something. Civil rights leaders is up all day, up all night. We rallying people in the day, knocking door to door. At night, we in rallies. Got to get papers ready for the next day, and you're walking. It's easy to sit somewhere and get on this computer and complain about who didn't do it for you. Well, guess what? It's your turn to be the doer. People say, Noreen always with you because it's her turn to be a doer. She got to stand up and do for her people and her children and her grandchildren. On here, we can mumble and grumble. If we don't start putting our money where our mouth is and our feet to the soil, you got to pay for knowledge. I have a brother-in-law, he's still living in his 80s. When I got married, he said, Elwin, sometimes we got to pay for our learning, and sometimes we got to pay highly. And what we pay highly for may not look like it was worth it, but it's what you do with it. Y'all get that? We done paid highly. We want Martin Luther King and the civil rights people to do for us what we don't want to stand up and do because we scared to do it. We scared to say it. We don't want to be seen with each other. We're going to change our name. We're going to do this. It's not going to fix this problem. I'm here because I love y'all. A bunch of y'all on here all the time. Evidently, you want to hear. But somebody in these days, in 2024, got to come to you all and do not have to be in no stadium or on stage. Chief can talk to you here as if you are here. That didn't exist 30 years ago. That's what we've been blessed with. Let's make it work. Let's educate from here. Let people see your light shine so that other people that's in the dark can see from your light. But if you're gonna talk that's gonna keep people in the dark, and you in the dark, then two blind people gonna fall in the pit. When people told they was woke, I saw them start battling each other. Was they woke or was they sleepwalking? I know y'all see I emphasize on your name because your name is your labor. Your name carry your heritage. Someone loved you enough to give you that name. Y'all, I love you. But time is winding up. There was a civil rights song we had sang. Time on time on. Time is winding up. Okay? And when time began to wind up, all these happy birthdays, every happy birthday is another day close to the grave. It's happy because you're here to be with your loved ones. It's happy for your loved ones that you. That's why it's happy birthday. It don't hurt, and you gotta say happy Earth Day. That doesn't make you an Indian or Native or Indigenous. There was a day that you were born, and there's a day that you're gonna die. That's happy Earth Day, because you're going into the earth. But right now, you are walking on the earth and not taking care of the earth. I don't hear people talking about the Indians. I don't hear them talking about taking care of this earth because the earth feeds you and you feed the earth. Even your remains feed the earth. Y'all gonna get me fired up in here, up in here. There you go. We know our birthday, but we don't know our death day. And while I'm alive, I'm gonna be happy. I'm alive. I can't wait for my birthday in February. I'll be 65. I'm proud of that because somebody didn't live to see 6 days. Somebody didn't live to see 20. That is no harm in saying happy birthday. The earth birthed forth the trees and the flowers. Your mother birthed forth you. Okay? Don't let peer pressure change your words and divide you from your culture. Because while you leaving your culture of what your people gave you, somebody else is picking it up. That's what I wanted to show y'all. You know your grandmother wasn't doing nor saying some of the stupid stuff I hear and see on this internet. You're giving your history away. And you're tagging label. Now, Phoenix, because Chief is fired up, because when I watch them kind of pictures, they fire me up. And when I see people ain't understanding, time is winding up.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Waldo, we're going to do a whole Freeman segment next time because we got to pick up where we left off like we did last time, right there, Sharon?
Yes. Part
The
4.
names got to be associated with this in their states. When you come with Chief to learn, I'm going to give you a diploma that you know. Sharon will tell you this is Chief all the time, huh, Sharon?
Yes, ma'am. It is
This is Chief.
lifelong learning.
You can stay with me 24 hours a day, and God give me 64 more years, that's about 65, and you will not learn all what I've learned. Because every day I'm still learning. And I got 65 years just about under my belt. We don't have time to relax. We spend more time on our outer body than we spend on our inner body and our mind. When I'm talking power, I'm not talking about picking up a gun. The most powerful law that we have, we are not using them. That means numbers. Do y'all understand? Numbers is power. If we would organize and spent the last 4 years organizing on this internet to stand up strong on what can happen to us, but people didn't know what it can happen to us. Each one of the candidates for president have been looking for us because we are had numbered. Didn't you see Means played with numbers, Sharon? When he was talking to Congress, he played with numbers. He was letting them know 250,000 votes out here.
He wanted gambling money. That's all that entertainment. That's that loose money that came in.
We want healing. Can y'all all put that on there for me? We want healing. We want justice that have never been given. We don't want no casino. That's for the mafia. And if you're a real Indian, you're not worrying about that. You're worrying about the respect of people in the years that have been lost. I don't write scripts. I watch him writing. He has a script, reading the Congress. If it's for real, it's within you. What's in you will come out of you. It's hard to put what's on the outside on the inside, but it is easy to put the inside on the outside. We can change a world. But people were geared on the wrong movements all the way back. They took 1 or 2 words and ran with it without getting the full picture. And that's how you get a big African movement. That's right, Jazz. We need our respect, baby. Aretha Franklin said it. All I want is just a little respect. And I'm going to fight for it. That's why I'm a civil rights leader. I'm going to fight for it. And my people didn't make me a chief because I'm no woman and I'm weak. I walk with thunder, speak with lightning. Thunder make you rumble and lightning make you flinch. You walk in somewhere, somebody's supposed to have some authority. And you get with authority with that word right there, respect. What does song say? Respect yourself. And when you respect yourself, others can't do no more but give you respect. I'm going to do something tonight that I did the other night, then we're going to close out here. I want to do this because this person is always around. I'm going to put the invite because I've never even heard your voice. And something just tell me you want to hear her voice. I want to do this because I want to hear you. I tell my kids, I really don't like texting because I don't know if you're really getting it. I want to invite first, and each one of y'all on our close because we'll be closing at the time we normally open. I want Indian Jazz, who I've never heard your voice, come to the stage. I just put the link. I'm gonna take y'all 2 at a time. Give each one of y'all 3 minutes. I want y'all to tell me what y'all feel about Cooking with Chief. Show. After Indian Jazz, I want Sun Spirit along with Indian Jazz. I want Sunflower, Finding Our Feathers. And then I want Davida. I'm giving y'all 3 minutes apiece. I always give Ishmael or J Mom, but it's some of y'all, I got to do this. Something tell me tonight. Because, we may never meet in person, but we have been meeting for a year and something. And y'all have worked hard with this channel, and I want to hear it. Doesn't matter what the world think or say. Like they said on the show I did in Florida, on East Florida yesterday, it's going to be remnants, small parts, that's going to learn how to direct themselves through this maze. Y'all heard whose name I called. I don't see none of y'all jump over here. Come on over. Come on over. See, they talk about church. This real church over here. Okay? Church is when a body of people come together to do what's right by God. Can't tell you I can get you to heaven.
Gator, hit the button, Gator.
I gave y'all the link. Phoenix, call them out when they come on for me because they ain't coming, Phoenix. I messed around and shocked them tonight, Phoenix. I wanted them to come on and tell me about the meal they ate.
Come on, Jazz.
Because we don't want people to think y'all just a chat room group. Somebody come on over. Chief ain't mad with y'all either. That's just Chief get fired up. Come on over here. Y'all said y'all wanted a leader. That was civil rights. Y'all wanted to be like my tribe. Well, this is like my tribe. This is the part of me that Neville's didn't like. This is the part of me Roger don't like. Because we're going to get this junk right. Okay, I got Davita. I should have known Davita was going to jump quick. All right, Davita, how you doing? Your picture is beautiful, baby. What?
Thank you, beautiful Queen Chief Warhorse. It's an honor to be in on the stage with you, and also an honor to know you for these few years that we've known each other, just following each other on social media. I'm very thankful to be in this number to see all this information that you just dropped.
Yeah, feel about it.
Oh, this information when you mentioned the herbs, and you and Phoenix was reading on about all these people um that had something to do with these red people, these order of the red people, and the Pocahontas thing really hit me hard, Chief, because I have lineage to Pamunkey and Chief Powelton and
Right now,
all of that.
right. My Cherokee part of me is there with Powhatan. I'm Cherokee. You remember they had the Cherokee and the Powhatan battle, and they end up with a marriage for a settlement, and I become a product of it.
Yes, ma'am. I too have Cherokee out of Virginia that's related to that Powelton line. So yes, ma'am.
My
So
grandfather was Chief Red Wolf on the Cherokee side.
mine's was the Wadies on the Cherokee side.
All right. What you think about looking back and recapping? What would I say would be one of your shows besides these last three that you feel was an awakening or it helped?
Definitely the Tom Ackland. I watched that at least 10 times since you aired it, Chief Warhorse. Because it seemed like I learned something new each time I watch it. So definitely it seemed like all roads lead to Tom Ackland.
Okay. We doing something tonight we don't normally do. We closing out with y'all like this. Don't y'all love that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Who is this one? Somebody I got right here. Well, okay. I'm trying to see who I have here. Sunflower.
Halato.
And I'm glad you didn't say Halito, because it's hilarious. Thank you for saying it correctly. I get tired of Halito. Halato. Okay. And Halato is greetings in our people. But the fake people messed that up too when they stole it. What you have to say, Sunflower. Look, I'm calling y'all because y'all like family on the chat room. And I just need to hear your voice, so I can say, at least I've heard your voice. And y'all have worked hard to make this channel work. And I'm talking to all of y'all. And y'all have kept this channel very clean. And man, I wouldn't want to be on the other side of them wrenches y'all throwing around, okay? Okay, do I have Jazz in here? Okay, because I'm trying to get all y'all in here so I can say thank you. Yeah, I think I do. That's Gator right here, right? Yeah. All right. So, tell me what you got to say.
I'm a little overwhelmed, but I'm grateful, and I've told just about everybody that would listen about you. Um, my daughter even, I'm getting teary eyed. My daughter even wrote one of her papers about you when she was getting her master's degree, which she got in May. So you are very important to my family. So I thank you for all that you do, and I'm a little overwhelmed because of all of this information. Like I put in the chat, my mom would have been 70 next week. She's the one that told me about being Cherokee, and I was able to trace it to Virginia because I just thought it was starting in the Midwest. So I just thank you. I thank Phoenix for bringing you to us and you taking the time out to help us teach, because we have, with your permission, used your words to help spread this information. Even though we still have people today calling us pretendians, I heard it today, but I just had to say 10 toes down with this information. So I'm gonna mute up because you guys probably can hear my voice shaking because it's a lot of emotions, but I am grateful.
Thank you. But I want to tell you this. When people call you a pretend Indian and they don't know you, okay, and you don't know them, they don't know who you are and you really don't know who they are. So you could call them um, a Pocahontas, okay? You can call them or the red man, okay? That's what they feel, and you can have your feelings. But I say this, I want all of y'all to hear me because she said something important. What her mother told her is what she needs to do and stand on. Not with someone who didn't know her mother, her grandmother, or anything. Her mother brought her information and her culture. America blocked them from it. It wasn't something they voluntarily did. We need America to tell us how to fix it. That's why they created all these fake black tribes to confuse the narratives. Why would they all of a sudden, Phoenix, start letting them in when blacks start standing up during the civil rights movement saying we are the Negroes who did not get our farm bills like the white man? Now it's time to let the black people come through the door. Why? Because they was going to infiltrate and perpetrate. Like they did the women's movement, they did it to the civil rights movement. The Black Panthers, from my understanding, was trying to feed their kids and give them after school programs and help them in their community. Got infiltrated and perpetrated. Whatever we do, somebody try to infiltrate, perpetrate, or steal our goals and dreams or our identity. We got to protect our identity. That's why I'm so bound on your names. Okay, Sunflower? When you start using, we can use those names on here. But how are you going to protect that which is yours if you done walked away from it? And people like Means and them love that. And there's none of y'all grandparents, y'all gonna find their name being standing bear, running foot, and monkey hop. But these white fake Indians is the one who started that game. And I want to thank y'all. And I wanted y'all here on stage. Y'all have worked diligently in this chat. Never really talking to me, but the time I talked to some of y'all in Alabama with Ishmael. You're not just helping Chief. We helping each other. I don't know how y'all gonna find your tribal role or exactly where you were. Those are some things gotta be dealt with because so much wrong have been done. But I'm here to tell y'all, don't give up, because a change is gonna come. And we're gonna make that change come. Next person, Gator, your turn. Okay, now. All I see on my side is a J and Gator. Your turn. Isn't that Jazz out there, Phoenix? That she ain't coming out? Is she locked out? All right. Somebody come on that haven't came on the
Hey,
chat.
Chief. This is Sue, but my handle you recognize it as
Halito.
finding our feathers.
Okay, finding out.
How's it going? Hey, hey.
This Gator.
Hey, Gator.
Go ahead, Gator. Go ahead, Gator. You
Yeah,
got your mic together?
I'm scared.
Okay.
Come on, Gator. Okay, now both of y'all went on mute. Come on back. One of
Who's
y'all.
gonna talk, me or Sue?
You going, baby.
Sue can talk if she wanna talk.
Y'all can take turns. We ain't got to fight that. Come on, Gator, you on here. She say she surrendered the flow to you. You see, she backed up and gave you the flow. That's respect. Come on now.
Well, I'm loving the show. I'm loving every moment about it. Like, definitely need a civil rights aspect of it because my family is one of those families out there marching, and now I'm sitting over here like, what do I fit in the story?
You fit in because your parents marched in it.
I know that. I know that. But it's
People don't
because I
understand
guess,
civil rights leaders was, maybe listen, civil rights leaders was everyday people.
uh-huh, you never know who they are.
That's right. And the unsung heroes of civil rights is too many for us to name.
That's right. Like I'm up here in Minnesota, so AIM is not too happy. I'm,
No.
I'm they not too happy.
And we're gonna make AIM a whole lot more now. Because AIM is a
I'm up here fighting by myself, Chief.
go
I'm
ahead.
getting jumped.
That's what I'm talking about, a warrior.
I wish all the other Indians would come chime in, but they focus on reparations. I'm out here getting jumped.
They not getting no reparations.
I know they not.
They working for a vote for to get reparation, and every president promised it or talked to him. Ain't now one gave it to him yet. Not even Obama.
Nope.
He gave the Indian, the Native American so-called Indians more than he did to the ones who actually had hopes of him being the great white hope for the black community for so much that they had been deprived of, and they didn't give him the chance to do it because see, he had to go through that same system we just studied tonight. Okay, he had to go through that power structure, so he had limited power. And I'm not taking that from him, but that's what he had, limited power.
Well, they about to lose all their power because there's always a beginning in the story, and there is an end. Mm-mm. This too much candy for $1, like Phoenix said. They got all the evidence right there in the archives and
Yes,
everything.
they do. And it's
So
gonna be our job with this show to get them into them archives. Cause we're gonna do a whole series on AIM. That's gonna go back and pick up where we was talking last year about the summer of soul and the summer of love. Okay. See, they brought in the summer of soul so that they can recruit the blacks in on this here money raising thing and spreading the word. The blacks didn't know what was going on. They were just hollering peace. We just showed y'all tonight what peace was. Take the Indian stuff. Who ain't on taking it and they throw the Indian piece? Okay?
you're
That,
gonna have to aim this week. I'm gonna have to get me some Vaseline. Telling you I'm up here by myself. They don't play no games up here. I be up here fighting by myself. But I be ducking and dodging. They ain't all that smart.
let's
I
do this.
told them, you come
They
out to
they
me, it's
putting black
personal.
in jail. We just help them put the white ones in jail from
Mm-hmm.
police. Okay?
They'll be okay.
You can't just lock up the black folks
Oh no.
and don't
You
lock
gotta
up.
get all of them, Chief. It's like a bull. If you don't get the head, it always come back.
Yeah. Now y'all can see how he mocking them have their power and stuff.
You haven't got the head. You gotta get the head. You
I
gotta
showed
get
y'all
all
the
that
head
pus up
right
out
now.
of there.
I just showed y'all the head. The head is dead already, but the head had children.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they still got the control of Congress because we not voting because somebody convincing our people don't vote, so we can't take over and get us some seats in Congress.
They tell us don't vote, don't do the census.
That's
They
the right.
change our names.
That's right.
They
Hmm.
change our names. Don't vote, don't do the census, and change your name.
That's it. I love y'all. Next,
Hello, Chief.
Hey, baby. Talk to me.
Listen, Chief, I just want to say thank you so much, man. These bills, I am just full and stuffed like a fat baby with ham hock legs. You have fed me and everybody else, my God, on today, on the other day, and on tomorrow, honey. I appreciate you, Chief, because it's all kind of coming together now. Things make a lot more sense in what you and Phoenix, shout out to Phoenix, or still Phoenix, what you all have been able to do. Shout out to Brother Ish as well. You all have been able to help kind of put some pieces together to help us make a little bit more sense of just how deep it goes with the Tom Acklins out there. You also helped us to really kind of let go of certain skin colors and skin tones and putting the blame on just what somebody looks like, because we now see that it's not just a pale face is not just a pale face. A pale face can be anybody of any shade or hue. And many people have done some egregious things under these secret societies, and in the name of wearing our ancestors like a doggone skin suit, like a body snatcher is what I call them. So I really look forward to all the parts. However many parts you got left, I'm gonna take what I can get. I'm gonna take what I can get, and I sure appreciate you, Chief.
Because it's so much. It's so much. Um, I want y'all to know this, and I'm telling you this while you're there saying about it. You enjoying it. My dream, I told Sharon, was to put stuff like this where people could get it. I even insist a documentary wouldn't do it because a documentary gonna go in a vault somewhere, and we're gonna be dead. The ones of us that's on here now, and then somebody can just play it and say, "Oh, this what happened to him." So I even it took her all these years, and then Mr. Waldo jumped on board with Amy, and then Phoenix jumped on board with her, and then here y'all have me. And yes, I'm trying to work these boards and pull y'all in, and we took the funding from last year, invested back into the channel, paid for the StreamYard so that we can get more people on the board. You can come on here and we can talk instead of just chatting over there. But I spent 6 months doing a lot of other things. I didn't do it as much as I wanted to next year. But you all gonna be able to come on and talk to Chief more often. I don't want you over there just working the range. Okay? I want you to be able to come on the show. Tell me what you think about the show. And that's a new segment we're gonna bring in. So y'all come prepared. Because you never know. I'm gonna call on those ranchers. Or I'm gonna call on some of my members. If they got members out there, I'm gonna be calling on you. You know, Amy said I have neglected my members that has been faithful, and I want to tell anyone on here that's my member, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to neglect you. I was trying to learn how to do the stuff that I'm doing right now. So I answer y'all sometime with text, but I'm gonna do some things for my members. Okay, y'all get back on over there. We're gonna start doing things, but one thing I'm gonna do is go through and spot through this list based off your comment and your membership, or if you're a ranch. And I was looking for that other ranch, and I finally found it. The other ranch I need to come on board is Evans. Evans, I'm looking for you to come join us because you all have worked this chat room like pros. Y'all have kept it clean. You know, everybody say they saw somebody say something. I don't get to see nothing because y'all be done deleted before it pop up on my thing. Y'all are dynamite. I don't want y'all to think cooking with Chief is just me by myself. Cooking with Chief, I want people to know, is a group of us. That is Sharon.
Chief. Oh,
Uh huh.
my apologies. I apologize, Chief. I thought I heard a break in your speech.
I was
I
waiting
was
for.
just gonna say that we also been plugging you real heavy over on Twitter and in Twitter Spaces. We did a kind of like a recap, a reaction room to the bill the other night, part two, I believe it was, and you got a really good reception over there. So we are really working hard to drive traffic to your page, and we encourage everybody to actually support your channel and not support these different platforms that are using your image and likeness and voice without your permission. We're letting everybody know that you have your own platform, and so I just want to say y'all can help us out by continuing to spread her information and repost her links and get her information out there because we got to get Chief in the algorithm. There's no reason why she doing these numbers and y'all not hitting this like button like you're supposed to, and y'all not sharing this video out. So y'all make sure y'all do y'all part. She feeding us real good for free 99. So the least you can do is tip her by sharing the videos, sharing with your friend, hitting the like button, and make sure you subscribe. I just want to say that part real quick, Chief.
Hey, y'all saying it on here all the time. I want to give people a chance to know y'all real people, you know. Evans haven't came on yet. Okay, Ishmael is out there, and we said that we're gonna do something in Moundville. We're gonna do that so that they don't take all the history away. And Sharon, you are there, and you've been to Moundville, and more than one time with me. Um, we're gonna do the show live from there, right, Sharon?
That'd be great.
And I wish we can go to the other museum that Mr. Waldo pulled up, okay, before they destroy it.
Yes.
Yeah, Chief, what was the name of the museum in Missouri that had that one?
In Milwaukee.
It's in Milwaukee.
Yeah, we know somebody in Milwaukee through y'all network. Ask them to go see if it's
What
still there.
way?
Huh?
Too
No, do y'all know anybody in Milwaukee?
Yeah, it was in Milwaukee.
No, but I'm close.
Who close?
I'm in Minnesota.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
close.
Yeah, Minnesota's not far from Milwaukee.
Okay, close. Close. You want to check on that for us? And tell us if it's still there looking like the picture that someone had took.
They look like they out back too.
Oh no. Down by the river?
Yep.
Oh boy.
They down by the river, so I ain't that mad. I love the water. So
You notice all of our by the water.
I love the water now. I live by the river too. I don't want to be too far from the Mississippi River. I feel like that's close to home. I'm not in Mississippi, but I'm close enough.
But the water flow from the mouth of Mississippi upward, huh?
Yep, that's where
Okay,
it's at up here.
so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna spin it on up from the deep delta, okay? And let's see if that museum is still there. We might make a field trip there. Okay.
Yeah, and interesting enough, Minnesota actually controls uh the commerce on the Mississippi River.
Yep.
You know, we serving history up over here. Thanks, Phoenix, for that history. And y'all got to start pulling Mississippi history along that Mississippi and bring it to the attention of the people who don't understand it wasn't the state of Mississippi. It was the Mississippi River was the West. Okay? That's where the money was. Okay? Anytime you change and dig stuff to change the course of the Mississippi, it just change our history, it change the course of Mississippi. All along the Mississippi where they change it, it floods them out. Y'all notice that? It flooded out. All right, y'all. I enjoyed y'all, on stage. Now y'all not just a wrench and a name in the box. Y'all a voice. And I want to thank y'all for making this year a very successful year. But we just getting started. Okay? Just getting started. All right. I love y'all. Let's keep up our good work. It's not just Chief Channel. This is our channel. We done built a channel where we can have a voice for the real indigenous people in America that did not get a charter, but we did get treaties and land patents. They don't have the land patent and they don't have the treaties. So we got one up on them. Okay? You got that, Sunflower? So they can call us what they want. We got the receipt from the United States.
Oh yeah, that's right. My son told me yesterday he ran into an elder and she started talking to him and she said that she was Shatta and he said, "Well, my mama told me I was Shatta too." So it
We gotta pick up that pride. They took the word out there, messed it up. Let's get the pride. And maybe you don't know where you exactly fit in the Shatta tribe, but guess what? You're gonna automatically fit if it's your grandmother and your mom. Okay? You fit. They ain't gonna give us nothing anyway. It's about the respect and the pride of who we are and United States admitting that they did the wrong thing. And we might get that before the other group get reparation. Okay? Because then Acknowledge our land patterns. Okay, acknowledge them. Acknowledge the treaties, and acknowledge that our place was swapped for a charter group of people. And y'all saw in the thing, someone else wrote it, that people saying they got ancestry, and they come from those tribes with numbers. Okay. Thank y'all. Good night. We didn't hit 4 minutes after 12. I want y'all to come back. So love y'all.
Love you too, Chief. Love
Love
you,
you, Chief.
Phoenix. Love everybody up here. And thanks everyone for joining.
Love you all. Thanks,
All
Chief.
right, baby. Phoenix,
Yes, ma'am.
I surprised them, Phoenix. They didn't know that was their turn tonight.
Oh, that was awesome.
I wanted to hear it.
Awesome.
So we're going to close out the show. Here's Sharon's.
Yes, ma'am.
Sharon, thank you for coming. This is not Sharon last time. She got to get her slide part together. So, Phoenix, I guess I'm going to have to slide on over by her.
Got to show me how you do this.
Give her a real quick class. Okay, guys.
It was not easy to do.
I thought it wasn't easy, but after Ishmael did that little quick thing he did with his computer, you saw him, Sharon, and I was sitting there watching him and like, I can do that. So y'all don't know, Sharon, know I spent a lot of time
Yes.
and practice.
You did a great job, Chief.
And
Production on point. You did a great
I
job.
know.
Very proud of you.
thank y'all. Good night, everybody. Love everybody. Mr. Waldo, we will be moving to the Freeman topic because the Freeman definition have to be resolved. Okay, and I hope Oklahoma come on and see. You know, we are the people who the agreement was made with. Even if they called us the five civilized tribes. Even if y'all didn't know we was down here, we knew y'all was up there. What surprised me, y'all wasn't the color. And then I understood what my grandfather said, his daddy said. Our people went missing. And they wasn't who they were when they left here. And thanks to Mr. Waldo for teaching me a lot about Oklahoma. And I have tried to share as much of what I knew happened in Oklahoma from what my people said. So good night, everybody. I love y'all. See y'all for part 4.